Chapter 2790. Roar. The Lord of Death Spirit roared, burning with anger. In this starless mountain range, he was the absolute king. How could these three trash martial artists order him around? Die! The Lord of Death Spirit growled, and his body suddenly grew to a height of 300 meters. Every step he took shook the ground. Dawn. When the Lord of Death Spirit approached the three, he suddenly exerted his strength, and the ground shook and showed signs of cracking. Boom! His claws grabbed at the three of them. The void shattered, and the sky changed color. Go! The three of them were well prepared. They each took out a yellow iron ring from their arms, activated the yellow iron ring, and threw it at the Lord of Death Spirit. The yellow iron ring constantly expanded in the void, and a powerful force whizzed out, completely shrouding the Lord of Death Spirit. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face changed, and Luo Shou exclaimed, "Beast-trapping ring?" Clatter. As soon as Luo Shou's voice fell, 3 yellow iron rings were wrapped around the Lord of Death Spirit's neck at an extremely tricky angle, firmly binding him. The Lord of Death Spirit tried to tear the beast-trapping ring with his claws, but it was useless. His strength was restrained by the beast-trapping ring, and he could not exert it at all. "Boy, the Lord of Death Spirit has been trapped by us. You'd better surrender." The black-clothed martial artist sneered. The beast-trapping ring was a kind of treasure that specialized in restraining demonic beasts. It was very difficult to refine. Once it was refined successfully, even a demonic beast like the Lord of Death Spirit would not be able to break free. Fang Chen did not expect that the three of them would be willing to take out 3 beast-trapping rings in order to deal with him. It was indeed a big deal. But, so what? Seeing that Fang Chen was still calm, the three of them sneered. "You're still pretending at this time. Don't waste time. Let's work together to capture this guy." Boom. As the three spoke, they attacked at lightning speed. Boundless attacks shot out from 3 different directions at Fang Chen. They were very confident that under their joint attack, Fang Chen would be seriously injured, if not killed. "I don't believe that you're strong enough to ignore our attacks," the black-clothed martial artist said coldly. He urged all the strength in his body and punched out. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the King of Death Soul, who was struggling in pain. "Although the King of Dead Spirits is the King of the Dead Spirits, he is still my servant. As the saying goes, even a big dog depends on its master. You guys have already challenged my bottom line." Fang Chen said, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it at all." In that case, Fang Chen didn't say the rest, but he expressed it with his actions. Wang. He quickly formed a complicated seal with his hands. A wild array Dao aura instantly spread out and devoured all the murderous aura in the array. In the next moment, the formation that the three of them were so proud of showed signs of cracking. Impossible. The three of them looked flustered as they yelled. However, the more one wished for something to happen, the more likely it was to happen. Break. As Fang Chen said this, he raised both his hands and the power of the array formation in the air surged into his palms. Crack. Immediately after, the sound of something shattering could be heard from the formation. The three of them were shocked and their faces changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, the array foundation in the array shattered. "Protect the core of the array." The black-clothed martial artist roared and rushed to the core of the array. As long as the core of the array was not destroyed, the array could still be maintained. However, they were still too slow. By the time they arrived, the core of the array had already been controlled by Fang Chen. "This is the core of the array that you are so proud of." Fang Chen sneered and clenched his fist. The core of the array shattered and the majestic array Dao aura dissipated in the void. The gate of inheritance appeared in front of Fang Chen. With the array shattered, the three of them looked at each other in disbelief. How is it possible? How did he manage to break through our formation? Fang Chen was once known as the genius of the array Dao, and his attainments in the array Dao had reached a very high level. However, after coming to the primordial chaos, he had been improving his strength and neglected the array Dao. Even so, he was not comparable to the top 3 experts on the unmatched star list. In Fang Chen's eyes, their array was ridiculous. "Now, what else do you have?" Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and the aura of sword Dao circulated around his body. A cold wind blew in the air. The three of them looked at each other and gritted their teeth. If we don't kill him, he will definitely be a strong enemy in the future. That's right. Even if we have to pay the price, we must kill him. Either he dies or we die. The top 3 experts on the unmatched star list reached a consensus at this moment. They would kill Fang Chen at all costs. Boom. The 3 of them unleashed an extremely violent power. However, Fang Chen stood there proudly without the slightest bit of resistance. In the face of absolute strength, all attacks are useless. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he displayed his strongest sword move so far. Invincible Sword Dao, Blood Soul Sword. The power of the bloodline and the power of the soul instantly erupted. The hidden star sword carried an unimaginable power as it pierced out. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and heaven and earth changed color. It was too powerful. Even the Lord of Death Spirit couldn't resist the power of this sword move, let alone the 3 guys in front of him. Crack! The hidden star sword stabbed one of them, and his body directly exploded. At the same time, the other 2 were horrified and tried their best to dodge, but it was to no avail. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the hidden star sword penetrated their bodies. Run! The 3 primordial spirits fled quickly. Do you think you can escape? Buzz! The Emperor-level primordial spirit was activated and the overwhelming power of Soul Dao directly sealed the entire world. How is this possible? The 3 of them cried out in despair. It was an Emperor-level primordial spirit. With a boom, the 3 primordial spirits were all shattered under the powerful suppression of the Emperor-level primordial spirit. After a long time, the world returned to calm. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and took the 3 Sumeru rings with his palm and took out the starlight from them. Crash! Dense starlight surrounded his body. It's about time, right? Fang Chen muttered. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at the door of inheritance. Luo Shou, who was beside him, was stunned. The 3 of them were the legendary top 3 powerhouses on the ultimate star list. How could they die in the hands of Fang Chen? Incredible, too incredible. Luo Shou swore that Fang Chen was the most monstrous genius he had ever seen in his life. The 3 powerhouses' bodies and souls were destroyed, and the beast-trapping rings became ownerless, so they naturally stopped attacking. Roar! The Lord of Death Spirit roared and broke free from the beast-trapping rings. At the same time, he put the 3 beast-trapping rings into his bag. Starlight filled the air, bright and boundless. Brother Fang, this should be the back of the Gate of Inheritance. Luo Shou said. He was extremely excited. If it weren't for Fang Chen, how could he have entered the Gate of Inheritance? From this moment onwards, Fang Chen's heart was filled with respect for Fang Chen. He truly recognized Fang Chen. The starlight has been gathered. Next, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. He looked at Fang Chen's back with a complicated expression. After this battle, his understanding of Fang Chen had reached a new height. This guy. His heart was filled with shock. Even if his cultivation had improved, it was impossible for him to be Fang Chen's opponent. Finally, after a long time, his body gradually stabilized. He hurriedly looked around and found that he was in a void space. When Fang Chen defeated the Lord of Death Spirit, the Empyrean Star Realm Lord had said that he was already above the ultimate star list. Inheritance. He wasn't surprised by this result at all. At Fang Chen's level, only the title of Ultimate Star was his ultimate goal. Where is the inheritance? Fang Chen asked. In the void, in front of the bed of starlight. Look carefully. The inheritance might be under our feet. Luo Shou said. Starlight flickered on his body as he looked down. When he saw Fang Chen gathering the starlight, he grinned. Fang Chen felt dizzy as if he was traveling through space. Under the gaze of the Empyrean Star Realm Lord, Fang Chen used the starlight to open the Gate of Inheritance and entered it. Rumble. Master Black Wind and the other 4 had already left. Only the Empyrean Star Realm Lord was left. Just as Fang Chen was about to search, he suddenly felt a trace of strangeness. He immediately raised his head and looked at the void. Chapter 2791. Fang Chen felt a tightness in his chest, as though the heavy aura in the air was about to collapse. Fortunately, The starlight aura wasn't directed at him. Otherwise, his body would have crumbled. Luo Shou directly prostrated himself on the ground. His face was pale and large beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. Wang. Amidst the vast starlight, a figure slowly walked out from it. Dead Star Sector Lord? Fang Chen said this name subconsciously. Apart from this, he couldn't think of anyone else in Dead Star Sector who could release such a powerful aura. Dead Star Sector Lord's figure was faintly discernible. Under the illumination of the starlight, he seemed even more charming. He smiled and said, "What's your name?" "Junior Fang Chen greets Dead Star Sector Lord," Fang Chen said hastily. At this moment, Fang Chen was even more certain that the person who secretly sent him information about the dead spirit race was Dead Star Sector Lord. He should have noticed him a long time ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that he was in danger. Your strength has already surpassed the prodigies on the Dead Star list. You are indeed qualified to fight for the title of Dead Star. Dead Star Sector Lord smiled and said, "Do you know what the title of Dead Star is?" In Dead Star Sector, countless people talked about the title of Dead Star. However, not many people truly understood it. Fang Chen was a little stunned as he looked at Dead Star Sector Lord. The latter's illusory figure gradually landed on the ground and said slowly, "The title of Dead Star is the greatest honor for a cultivator. Since ancient times, any prodigy who could obtain this title would have great achievements. To obtain the title of Dead Star, not only must one have great potential, one must also meet all the requirements in all aspects," Dead Star Sector Lord said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. It seemed that the title of Dead Star was much more difficult than he had imagined. The person who obtained the title of Dead Star last time has already become a peak expert in the immemorial primal chaos, Dead Star Sector Lord said. "I think you should have heard of him. He is Jiyu Tianhua from the Jiyu clan." Jiyu Tianhua? Fang Chen was quite surprised. He never thought that Jiyu Tianhua's potential would be so monstrous that he would receive the title of Extinct Star. Fang Chen thought to himself. He didn't know if Lin Qian had gotten it. After all, the two of them had broken the record for being the fastest to enter the Void Ancient Realm and the fastest to enter the Star Ancient Realm. Of course, these two records were broken by him later on. However, to be able to become famous in the immemorial chaos was enough to prove their potential. Alright, let's not talk anymore. I will first explain to you how to obtain the title of Extinct Star. Extinct Star Sector Lord thought highly of Fang Chen and believed that it was only a matter of time before he obtained the title of Extinct Star. There were a total of 4 steps to obtaining the title of Extinct Star. The first step was for the primordial spirit to reach the peak of the King Realm. Although it seemed simple, many geniuses on the ultimate star list could not achieve it. The peak of the King level mentioned here was the real peak. They had already taken the first step on the path to the Emperor level. The second step was to reach the level of potential recognized by the Empyrean Master of the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. This standard was a bit more relaxed. The third step was for the offensive power to cross 3 small realms. Using the limit of the Star Ancient Realm as an example, to reach the standard, one's offensive power had to be comparable to the peak of the Life Ancient Realm. This was considered crossing 3 small realms. As for the fourth step, it was also the most difficult step. Bloodline. As everyone knew, bloodline was a major factor that affected one's growth. Having a super powerful bloodline was enough to change a cultivator's life. After listening to the Empyrean Star Realm Lord's explanation, Fang Chen was stunned. He thought it would be difficult. He didn't expect it to be so simple. You don't need to be tested for the first step. Your primordial spirit has already reached the Emperor level. You are invincible in the same realm, praised the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. In fact, even the Empyrean Star Realm Lord was surprised that a peak star ancient realm cultivator's primordial spirit had reached the Emperor level. It should be known that even those old monsters who had been famous for a long time might not have reached this level. You don't need to be tested for the third and fourth steps. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord continued. 50 special bloodlines in addition to the Black Hole bloodline. Just this point alone was enough to defeat the majority of cultivators in the immemorial chaotic world. As for offensive power, the Empyrean Star Realm Lord had seen it with his own eyes. Fang Chen's sword skills were profound. A mere peak-life ancient realm cultivator wasn't his match. Therefore, the only thing the Empyrean Star Realm Lord wanted to test was Fang Chen's potential. Although he could see that Fang Chen's potential was unparalleled. However, what the eyes saw was ultimately only the appearance. What the Empyrean Star Realm Lord wanted to see was Fang Chen's true potential. It was also the potential that would determine his future growth. So, as long as I pass the second step, it's fine, asked Fang Chen. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, a stone tablet completely condensed from starlight instantly appeared. On the stone tablet, starlight flickered, giving people a sense of oppression. This stone tablet was personally refined by me. It is used to test a cultivator's talent and potential. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord said, "Place your palm on the stone tablet and inject your full strength into it." Fang Chen nodded and did as he was told. Buzz. A sudden change occurred on the starlight stone tablet. A starlight true dragon quickly condensed and circled above the stone tablet, letting out a series of dragon roars. According to my guess, with his potential, he should be able to condense 6 starlight true dragons, said the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. The starlight stone tablets test was divided into 9 levels. The first level allowed one to condense 1 starlight true dragon, the second level allowed one to condense 2 starlight true dragons, and so on. Ever since he had created the Empyrean Star Realm Lord, no one had been able to condense 9 starlight true dragons. According to his guess, even the unparalleled experts who had shaken the immemorial primal chaos, such as the Sky Sword Emperor, Nihility Primogenitor, Bloodline Monarch, and others, were only comparable to 8 starlight true dragons. Previously, he had a deep understanding of Fang Chen and believed that the latter could condense 6 starlight true dragons at most. One had to know that even 6 starlight true dragons were enough to shock the world. The top ranker of the Empyrean star list could only condense 4 starlight true dragons at most. From this point, one could see how great Fang Chen's potential was. Crash. In the blink of an eye, the second starlight true dragon was condensed. The materialized starlight true dragon circled around. The third line, the fourth line, the fifth line, as expected, Fang Chen easily condensed 6 starlight true dragons. Seeing this scene, the Empyrean Star Realm Lord smiled faintly. I wonder if I can condense 9. Fang Chen thought to himself. Up until now, he was still relatively relaxed and didn't feel any pressure. Continue. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen continued to use his full strength. Hiss. On the starlight stone tablet, dense starlight gathered together as though it was condensing the 7th starlight true dragon. Amen. Seeing this, the smile on the Empyrean Star Realm Lord's face gradually froze. He was slightly surprised. Crash. The 7th starlight true dragon condensed and the dragon roar in the sky resounded across the land. Unexpected, said the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. 8. This, a buzz. Thinking of this, his heart moved and he injected all his energy into the starlight stone tablet. The way the Empyrean Star Realm Lord looked at Fang Chen became abnormally solemn. Such potential, even the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Nihility Primogenitor, Bloodline King and other unparalleled experts would be envious, right? 8 starlight true dragons, they were existences comparable to unparalleled experts. In Fang Chen's mind, an idea stirred. He wanted to give it a try and see how high his true potential was. However, the next scene shocked the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord opened his eyes wide in disbelief. 9. If there were no accidents, Fang Chen's future achievements would reach the level of the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Nihility Primogenitor and Bloodline King. How could this not be shocking? In the next moment, the stone tablet cracked. Crack. After the 7th starlight true dragon condensed, the 8th starlight true dragon appeared in just a second. Such potential, wasn't it too strong? Fang Chen didn't notice the shock on the Empyrean Star Realm Lord's face as he pondered. The 9 starlight true dragons had a mighty aura as they swam through the void. The starlight stone stele was emitting a power that caused one to shudder. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord was completely stunned. Ever since he created the Empyrean Star Realm Lord, no one had ever condensed 9 starlight true dragons. The ninth starlight true dragon condensed and starlight shot out in all directions. The dragon roar resounded across the horizon. Chapter 2792. The starlight stele was personally refined by the Empyrean Realm Lord and was indestructible. Even an all-out attack from a life-ancient realm expert wouldn't be able to shatter it. But now, there were signs of cracks on the stele, as though it would shatter with a single touch. This scene attracted the intense attention of the Empyrean Realm Lord. His heart trembled, filled with shock. Catcher. Starlight revolved around the 9 starlight true dragons in the sky, looking down as though they were welcoming their king. They were incomparably sincere. As for the starlight stele, more and more cracks appeared on it. In the end, it became densely packed. Boom. After persevering for a while, the starlight stele finally couldn't withstand the cracks and shattered with a loud boom. Fragments of stone fluttered in the sky. Resplendent starlight erupted from within and rapidly gathered together, slowly condensing. That's the 10th starlight true dragon? Seeing this scene, the Empyrean Realm Lord's body shook. His eyes widened in disbelief. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to condense 10 starlight true dragons. Even those unparalleled almighties of the ancient era couldn't do it. Buzz. The starlight that gathered together rapidly condensed into a starlight true dragon. This starlight true dragon was extremely thick, much thicker than the previous 9 combined. Because of this, the moment it was born, it became an absolute king. It roamed in the void and roared towards the sky. The dragon roar was endless. The 9 starlight true dragons in the sky all bowed their heads. A miracle. After a long time, the Empyrean Realm Lord's heart finally calmed down. It was truly miraculous. The Empyrean Realm Lord didn't expect Fang Chen's potential to be so strong. He seriously sized up Fang Chen. The latter's expression was indifferent, as though everything was within his expectations. He didn't know that his unintentional action had forcibly broken the dust-covered historical record. If the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Nihility Primogenitor, and Bloodline Monarch knew of his potential, they would definitely go crazy, right? Thinking of this, the Empyrean Realm Lord felt his heartbeat quicken. Empyrean Realm Lord, may I ask if I passed the test? Fang Chen asked. He didn't know how much of a visual impact his potential had brought him. Passed, of course you passed. Absolute Star Realm Lord was taken aback for a moment before hastily speaking. What kind of joke was this? He had condensed 10 starlight true dragons, the strongest potential in history. If he couldn't pass, then who could? From today onwards, you will receive the title Starlight. Empyrean Star Realm Lord waved his sleeve. Immediately, a resplendent starlight entered Fang Chen's mind. At the same time, the entire Dead Star realm was shaking. Starlight flickered in the vast sky as a series of astonished voices echoed in the air. At first, everyone thought it was a natural phenomenon, but when they saw the last dazzling starlight flower, they were all dumbfounded. Immediately after, endless wild sounds came from within the Dead Star realm. Someone had obtained the title of Starlight. After this news spread out, the entire starless domain was shaken. Ever since Jiyu Tianhua obtained the title of Extinct Star, how long had it been since such a powerhouse had appeared? Who was it that obtained the title of Extinct Star? Could he be one of the top 3 experts on the Ultimate Star list? Other than the number 1 on the Ultimate Star list, who else is qualified? Perhaps there are other experts hiding in the dark? For a time, all the cultivators in the entire Dead Star realm were discussing who had obtained the title of Extinct Star. The most popular were the top 3 experts on the Ultimate Star list. However, they had no idea that those 3 had already been killed by Fang Chen. Inside the Door of Inheritance, Fang Chen and Empyrean Star Realm Lord looked at each other. The latter forcefully suppressed the fluctuations in his heart. Then can I leave the Dead Star realm? Fang Chen asked. He was most concerned about this matter. If he could leave, it would naturally be for the best. Although he was forced to enter the Dead Star realm back then, he still had to leave. His connection with his clone had been severed. He had to personally investigate. You can, but... Empyrean Star Realm Lord muttered. Dead Star Realm Master said solemnly, When you entered Dead Star Realm, old ancestor Tian Shu told me that you provoked a very strong enemy in the outside world. Although you are strong now, you are only limited to the ancient god level. Aren't you afraid of revenge from your enemies? This, Fang Chen had also thought about this problem. However, if he continued to cultivate in the Dead Star Realm, he didn't know when he could reach the level of the Hand of Despair. Seeing Fang Chen hesitate, Empyrean Star Realm Lord was secretly delighted. He immediately said, I have an idea. I don't know if you will agree. What idea? I find you pleasing to the eye and feel that you are a sentimental person. Therefore, I want to become sworn brothers with you. Are you willing? Empyrean Star Realm Lord laughed mischievously. If you become my brother, as your brother, I will naturally protect your safety. What Hand of Despair? I will destroy it with a wave of my hand. Fang Chen was stunned. Empyrean Star Realm Lord, who had lived for God knows how long, actually wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Cultivators of my generation pursue carefreeness. We pursue the peak of the martial path. Age is nothing to us. There is no seniority in martial arts. You should have heard of this before, right? Fang Chen nodded but didn't express his opinion. What? Are you looking down on me? Empyrean Star Realm Lord pretended to be angry. Fang Chen hurriedly said, No, Junior wouldn't dare. I just can't accept it for the time being. Empyrean Star Realm Lord was an expert that existed in legends. He stood at the peak of the ancient primal chaos. Yet, he actually wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Then, you agree? Empyrean Star Realm Lord continued to ask. After pondering for a moment, he recalled the various experiences he had in Empyrean Star Realm Lord. He felt that Empyrean Star Realm Lord had treated him quite well. In the end, Fang Chen nodded and agreed. Ha ha ha, good. From today onwards, you, Fang Chen, are my Empyrean Star Realm Lord's brother. Empyrean Star Realm Lord hugged Fang Chen and laughed. Big brother. Fang Chen called out. Let's go. Let us brothers go drink. The ancient primal chaos was vast. It was the core of the entire primal chaos realm. Since ancient times, apart from those experts that stood at the peak, no one could travel through the entire ancient primal chaos. Because the ancient primal chaos was too vast, there would always be some mysterious forbidden lands. In the extreme south of the ancient primal chaos, there was a mysterious forbidden land. This forbidden land was known as the Death Forbidden Land. No one dared to step into this place. Buzz. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, there was a huge formation. Upon closer inspection, there were 4 figures in the formation. If the experts of the ancient sacred primal chaos were here, they would definitely discover that these 4 people were actually Fang Shi and the others who had mysteriously disappeared. Fang Chen's clone, his daughter, Fang Shi, his disciple, Tian Xin, and Kang Ju were all here. The 4 of them sat cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. The old man flicked his finger and a resplendent sword light appeared out of nowhere and entered the formation. The sword light shattered and turned into vast sword Dao comprehension that merged into the formation. I didn't expect that I would find such good seedlings while wandering the primal chaos void. The old man chuckled and his face was full of smiles. After coming to the ancient sacred primal chaos void, he even found Fang Shi and the others. Swoosh. Although the potential of the 4 of you is strong, it hasn't been fully stimulated. According to your body's endurance, I have set up a formation that accelerates time 1,000,000 times to help you cultivate, the old man said slowly. Now, cultivating these 4 people had obviously become his pleasure. After the old man had arranged everything, he looked up at the distant sky. Most importantly, the potential of these 4 people in the sword Dao was monstrous. He was a little surprised and immediately entered. He found Fang Chen's clone, but it also attracted the old man's attention and he took it away. Everything depends on your own luck. Outside the formation, an old man sat on a bluestone. From their memories, he knew the relationship between the 4 of them. It had been a long time since he had found joy in it. Old guys, how are you? Back then, when he was wandering the primal chaos void, the first place he found was the Azura universe. After saying that, The old man's gaze fell on Fang Chen. I have cut off your connection with your original body so that you won't be distracted. One day, you will be born in a thunderous manner. When that time comes, not only your original body, but the entire primal chaos void will tremble for you. Crack. Looking at the clouds rising and falling, the old man suddenly felt a little sad. Chapter 2793. Dead Star Domain, in front of the starlight bed. Fang Chen and Dead Star Domain Lord raised their cups and drank. They were incomparably carefree. Ha ha ha, brother Fang, today is the happiest day of my life. Dead Star Domain Lord smiled and said, you don't know how boring it is for me to guard Dead Star Domain. Big brother, Fang Chen wanted to say something but stopped. Dead Star Domain Lord saw this and said in surprise, you can see through it. Fang Chen nodded. At first, I wasn't sure. But after interacting with you for a long time, I vaguely feel that you are only a clone now. Empyrean Star Realm Lord gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and praised, as expected of my brother. You are actually able to see through my true identity with your Star Ancient Realm cultivation. Ha ha ha, amazing. Not bad. Since you are my brother, there are some things that I should tell you. Dead Star Domain Lord said, my main body is busy with some matters. The one guarding Dead Star Domain is indeed a clone. Dead Star Domain Lord chatted a lot with Fang Chen. The latter also knew many secrets about the immemorial primal chaos. Brother, after you go out this time, be more careful. The immemorial primal chaos looks calm on the surface, but there are actually undercurrents surging. Don't act blindly at any time. Otherwise, if you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dead Star Domain Lord reminded, there are some enemies that even my main body can't do anything about. Fang Chen heard this and his heart moved slightly. Big brother, do you know about the Bloodline Monarch? Fang Chen asked. Dead Star Domain Lord nodded, of course I know. If my guess is correct, you should be one of the candidates. To tell you the truth, Fang Chen told Realm Master Empyrean Star everything that had happened in the Bloodline Barrier. The Black Hole Bloodline is one of the strongest bloodlines in the world. It's best not to let others know that you possess the Black Hole Bloodline. Dead Star Domain Lord warned, otherwise, you will attract a fatal disaster. Although you are one of the candidates for the position of Bloodline King, you are not strong enough for him to make a move. It is better to be careful. Big brother, do you know what the Bloodline King is planning? Fang Chen asked. Emptiness Star Realm Lord shook his head and said in a heavy voice, there are some things that you are not qualified to know now. You will know when your strength reaches a certain level. Seeing that Empyrean Star Realm Lord wasn't willing to say more, Fang Chen didn't ask any further. The two of them continued to drink. After 7 days and 7 nights, Fang Chen bid farewell to the Desolate Star Domain Lord and left the Desolate Star Domain. Brother, this is my command medallion. If there's any danger, just crush it and I'll be there immediately. Empyrean handed Fang Chen a token. However, I hope that you will not use it too much. After all, we will all encounter difficulties on the path of martial arts. If you ask Big Brother to take action because of the slightest setback, it will not be a good thing for you. Fang Chen naturally knew that he could only rely on himself on the path of martial arts. External forces were ultimately external forces. Even if the other party was the Extinction Star World Overlord, he still couldn't rely too much on them. Otherwise, his cultivation would stagnate and he would never be able to reach the peak of the martial path. Voila! A gap was torn open in the Desolate Star Domain. Empyrean Star World Overlord sent Fang Chen out. Realm Lord, is it worth it? Blackwind Grandmaster and the other 4 appeared behind Empyrean Star World Overlord. Empyrean Star World Overlord naturally knew what they were asking. You all will never understand what it means when the starlight steely shatters and condenses 10 starlight true dragons. Empyrean Star World Overlord slowly said. It meant that a sovereign realm expert was born. If nothing unexpected happened, Fang Chen's future achievements would definitely surpass the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor and the others. He might even be able to reach the status of that legendary existence. Of course, it was still too early to say all of this. Empyrean Star World Overlord thought highly of Fang Chen. After the potential test, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Therefore, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. He took the initiative to become sworn brothers with Fang Chen. Ha ha ha, I wonder what Void Primogenitor, Tianyi Sword Emperor and Cave Ruins Great Emperor would think when they know about this. Empyrean Star World Overlord was very happy when he thought of this. He knew that he wasn't qualified to accept Fang Chen as his disciple, so he settled for the next best thing and became sworn brothers with him. Black Wind Grandmaster and the other four shook their heads blankly. Despair Continent, Tianshu Yuan. The current Tianshu Yuan had begun to decline. After the battle with the Hand of Despair, the Tianshu Patriarch's old injuries relapsed and he died of depression. However, before he died, he unleashed an extremely strong power and severely injured the Hand of Despair. The latter definitely wouldn't be able to make a move for the next 100 years. However, although the Hand of Despair couldn't make a move, he had many subordinates. They constantly harassed Tianshu Yuan. In addition, with the help of the Lin family, the Fu family of the Southwest, the Darkwind Pavilion and other forces, Tianshu Yuan was facing enemies from both sides and had reached a point where it was unable to fight back. Report. In the main hall of Tianshu Yuan's main peak, the governor of Tianshu Yuan sat on the throne at the head of the hall. Below him were many elders on both sides. Governor, the Lin family and the Fu family of the Southwest have joined forces and seized a city north of Tianshu Yuan. Hearing this, the elders were enraged. Almost all of the 108 blood demons were on the side of the Hand of Despair. Their hearts were filled with a sense of powerlessness. At worst, we'll fight them to the death. Tianshu Yuan is not to be trifled with. That's right. We'd rather die in battle than drag out an ignoble existence. Gather all the disciples and fight them to the death. Seeing the many elders below filled with righteous indignation, the governor of Tianshu Yuan was full of helplessness. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a change in the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. He spread his divine sense and immediately discovered Fang Chen. Why did he come out? In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared in the main hall. Fang Chen? Many elders were surprised, and their faces were filled with shock. Governor, elders. Fang Chen greeted them with a fist salute. I see that everyone's expressions are strange. Did something big happen in Tianshu Yuan? Fang Chen, why did you come out? The governor of Tianshu Yuan asked anxiously. Fang Chen spread his hands and said, I got the title of Extinct Star, so I came out. What? Hearing this, the governor of Tianshu Yuan was shocked. He didn't dare to imagine that Fang Chen had obtained the title of Extinct Star in such a short time. Many elders naturally knew what the title of Extinct Star meant, and they were all shocked. Just as Fang Chen was about to explain, a disciple hurriedly ran in to report. Report, the blood demon Condor has brought his subordinates to the main peak of Tianshu Mountain. He threatened to challenge the disciples of Tianshu Yuan. Blood demon Condor? Fang Chen's eyes turned, and he immediately saluted with a fist salute. Governor, how about you leave it to me? The governor of Tianshu Yuan was a little hesitant. After all, Fang Chen had just come out, and they didn't know what he had experienced in the Extinct Star realm. They didn't even know how strong his real combat power was. Let all your lackeys attack together, or they won't have any chance. Fang Chen took a step forward, without the slightest fear of the blood demon Condor. Fang Chen's aura soared to the sky as he said arrogantly, Oh, right, I almost forgot to say that if you want to fight, you can also fight with them. Fang Chen's words were undoubtedly mocking the blood demon Condor. Seeing Fang Chen come out alone, the blood demon Condor sneered. Chumph, why would I need to team up to deal with you? The latter was furious, and his scarlet eyes stared at him. You're courting death. What? Is there no one else in Tianshu Yuan? You actually sent a Star Ancient Realm warrior to fight? Crack. Governor of Tianshu Yuan, it seems that there is really no one in your Tianshu Yuan. The blood demon Condor and his subordinates challenged the disciples of Tianshu Yuan. As a disciple of Tianyun Peak, I naturally have the qualifications to fight, Fang Chen said directly. Trust me, I won't let you down. Cut the crap. I'm a disciple of Tianyun Peak. Didn't you want to challenge the disciples of Tianshu Yuan? Bring it on. At this moment, many higher-ups of Tianshu Yuan arrived one after another, and they looked at the blood demon condor from afar. Whoosh! Whoosh! The life-ancient realm warrior was instantly turned into meat paste. Another life-ancient realm warrior attacked, but Fang Chen only sent out a palm, and a terrifying power erupted. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen left the hall. The blood demon condor is ranked 83rd among the 108 blood demons. He's very strong. Leave him to me, an elder said. In the square, the blood demon condor looked down at the ground. Behind him were more than a dozen disciples, all of whom were life-ancient realm warriors. Chapter 2794. This sudden turn of events caused the blood fiend Divine Hawk to be a little surprised. However, he quickly recovered and angrily shouted, "Attack together. Kill him for me." The blood fiend Divine Eagle's order caused the remaining life-ancient realm cultivators to attack. Kill. Battle cries shook the heavens as the life-ancient realm cultivators pushed their attacks to the limit. They all wanted to show off in front of the blood fiend Divine Eagle. Once they were valued by the blood fiend Divine Eagle, their future would be limitless. Trash. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, Fang Chen only sneered. It was still a palm strike, but unlike before, it didn't kill any of the life-ancient realm cultivators on the spot. Brat, your time of death has come. If we join forces, we're invincible in the life-ancient realm. Who do you think you are? How about it? Can't you do it? The same attack landed on them, but they didn't feel anything. This caused their confidence to soar. Fang Chen shook his head and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the blood fiend Divine Eagle with ridicule. Poochie. Suddenly, one of the cultivators felt several drops of liquid spurt out from his neck. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the liquid was bright red. "This is," he cried out in alarm and struggled to turn his head, but it was to no avail. Plop. His head was separated from his body and rolled to the ground. His origin spirit had long since been destroyed. The other life-ancient realm cultivators who had mocked Fang Chen widened their eyes and struggled with all their might, but the end result was the same. How is this possible? Even in death, they didn't know how Fang Chen had destroyed their origin spirits. Unfortunately, they would never know the answer to this question. What about now? Fang Chen asked with a grin after all of the life-ancient realm cultivators brought by the blood fiend condor had been annihilated. Do you think you can block my attack like this? Who was he? Although the blood fiend Divine Eagle was ranked around 80 out of the 108 blood fiends, it was still enough to make the ancient god realm cultivators of the Despair continent sigh in admiration. But now, a mere star ancient realm cultivator was provoking him. Those who provoke me, the blood fiend Divine Eagle, cannot be forgiven. The blood fiend Divine Eagle said. Really? What if I kill you? Fang Chen said indifferently, his arrogance soaring to the heavens. You'll have to have the strength first. Just as the blood fiend condor finished speaking, a vast aura soared into the sky. Immediately after, a majestic bloody aura filled the air and enveloped the blood fiend godly eagle. It's too troublesome. Fang Chen seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to the blood fiend condor. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, he used his finger as a sword. A brilliant ray of finger light whizzed forward like a sword splitting the sky. It tore through the sky and appeared before the blood fiend godly eagle. Sky-devouring blood. The blood fiend condor used his trump card. He raised his hands and a terrifying bloody aura gathered in his palms, condensing into a blood python. The thick blood python roared at the sky and rushed toward the ray of finger light. In the sky, the ray of finger light arrived in front of the blood fiend condor at lightning speed and instantly transformed into a ray of sword light. The ray of sword light illuminated the world. Crack! Under the control of Fang Chen, the dazzling ray of sword light struck the blood fiend condor's body. Poochie! The thick blood python was unable to resist and instantly collapsed. At the same time, the blood fiend condor's body exploded. Splash! A pool of blood appeared on the ground. The chief of Tianshu Yuan and many other high-level elders were shocked. The blood fiend condor, whose name had shaken the continent of despair, had fallen at the hands of Fang Chen. Just how strong was he? He destroyed an ancient realm cultivator with a wave of his hand and killed the blood-fiend condor with a flick of his finger. This was too shocking, wasn't it? It was only now that the chief of Qianshu Yuan realized the indifferent look on Fang Chen's face when he heard that the blood-fiend condor was coming. Thinking of this, the chief of Qianshu Yuan lowered his head in shame. He had grown to such a level in such a short time. No wonder he was the monster who broke Jiyu Tianhua's record. The chief of Qianshu Yuan increasingly believed that his decision back then was right. Even if the patriarch died prematurely because of Fang Chen, it was all worth it. In the heart of the chief of Qianshu Yuan, an invincible belief was born. As long as Fang Chen was protected, then Qianshu Yuan would never be destroyed. Many elders were even more shocked, especially Wu Yu and the other two. This guy is really abnormal. Yes, even if I had cultivated for countless years, I would not dare to challenge the blood-fiend condor. Wu Yu and Wu Gan looked at each other and shook their heads. However, their hearts were filled with joy. They had discovered Fang Chen from the ancient Saint Chaos. The better he performed, the more they would benefit. Beside them, Bai Ling's beautiful eyes flickered as she fell into her memories. If her disciple was still alive, she wondered if the scene would be like this. Soon, she gently shook her head, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. Even if her disciple was still alive, it would be impossible for him to reach the heights of Fang Chen. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, you have really brought a surprise to Qianshu Yuan. After a moment, the chief of Qianshu Yuan came back to his senses and laughed. Even the blood-fiend condor was killed by him. Didn't this mean that Fang Chen had the absolute strength to be ranked among the blood-fiends? Moreover, he might be ranked in the top 50. This was definitely a joyous occasion. At least, within the boundaries of the continent of despair, not a single disciple of the younger generation of many major forces had reached the heights of Fang Chen. Amazing, really amazing. God bless Qianshu Yuan. The battle shocked Qianshu Yuan. Fang Chen's strong performance and the fact that he killed the blood-fiend condor with a flip of his hand brought a great shock to Qianshu Yuan. However, after the shock, many higher-ups of Qianshu Yuan began to discuss how to solve the crisis of Qianshu Yuan. Fang Chen's return undoubtedly gave Qianshu Yuan a shot of confidence. However, they couldn't completely rely on Fang Chen. After all, the latter was still too young. Late at night, on the mountaintop. Why aren't you resting so late? Fang Chen stood alone on the mountaintop and looked down. In the dark night sky, there was a crescent moon. Bits of moonlight shone on the earth. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt someone behind him. He didn't turn around and directly asked. In the darkness, the chief of Qianshu Yuan slowly walked out. His face was full of smiles. It seems that the trip to the starless realm was a kind of transformation for you. A transformation on a deeper level. The chief of Qianshu Yuan said, "It's not convenient for me to ask what happened to you there, but I came here to ask you something." Speaking of this, the chief of Qianshu Yuan's face became slightly more serious. "Please speak, chief." Fang Chen made a gesture of invitation. "I want to know your true combat strength." The chief of Qianshu Yuan's pitch-black eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. "Chief. Invincible among the blood fiends. With the cooperation of many elders and Fang Chen, they should be able to resist the attacks of many blood fiends. As for the head of the Lin family, naturally, the chief of Qianshu Yuan would deal with him personally." A moment later, the chief of Qianshu Yuan took out a small booklet and handed it to Fang Chen. "You must inform me before you act." After a long time, the chief of Qianshu Yuan nodded heavily. His face was full of smiles. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. After pondering for a moment, he said, "At the very least, there should be no one among the blood fiends who is my match." "Believe me, I know what I'm doing," Fang Chen said seriously. "No wonder you were able to destroy the blood fiend condor with a flip of your hand. At that time, I thought you had already used all your strength. Now, it seems that was not the case at all," the chief of Qianshu Yuan said. "In this way, the crisis of Qianshu Yuan should be resolved." Fang Chen said, "Give me a list of the blood fiends who are enemies of Qianshu Yuan." After speaking, the chief of Qianshu Yuan chatted with Fang Chen for a while, then turned and left. That's right, then I'm relieved. The chief of Qianshu Yuan hesitated. Although you are very strong, you have only cultivated for a short time. If you act rashly, you may be at a disadvantage. Why don't? Fang Chen stopped the chief of Qianshu Yuan and asked, I don't know if the head of the Lin family. Don't worry, Dean. Qianshu Yuan has given me everything. I can't let it be attacked from the back, Fang Chen said as he put away the booklet. Fang Chen nodded lightly. He didn't stop there. As long as the Hand of Despair hasn't come out of seclusion, I will definitely stop any powerhouses who surpass the ancient god realm within the boundaries of the Despair continent. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Fang Chen. Although he said it casually, the chief of Qianshu Yuan was very surprised when he heard it. A cool breeze blew, and birds chirped. Chapter 2795. In the darkness, the Qianshu Yuan chief's back gradually faded away. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. With his current strength, no one in the life-ancient realm could stop him unless a powerhouse like the chief of Qianshu Yuan made a move. Now, after getting the approval of the chief of Qianshu Yuan, he was even more confident in making a move. He slowly opened the booklet, and the names of many blood fiends were listed. As expected of the Hand of Despair. Even after disappearing for a long time, there are still so many blood fiends seeking refuge, Fang Chen murmured. At the top of the booklet, he saw the name of the Dragon Controller, number 1 on the blood fiend list. Now that the Hand of Despair was no longer here, the Dragon Controller represented him. All of this started because of you, so let's start with you. After saying that, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Although the Lin family's territory was not as large as Qianshu Yuan's, it was at least a super force second only to Qianshu Yuan. Moreover, they had the support of many blood fiends behind them. Recently, they had even received the support of the famous Dragon Controller. The head of the Lin family was extremely excited. Tonight, many high-level officials led by the head of the Lin family held an emergency meeting. The reason was that the Dragon Controller had come late at night to discuss with the Lin family how to fight against Qianshu Yuan. Head of the Lin family, after the fall of ancestor Qianshu Yuan is no longer a force to be reckoned with. A mere chief of Qianshu Yuan is not a problem at all. The Dragon Controller looked around and then muttered, Master is in seclusion. I hope to unify the Despair continent before he comes out. Speaking of this, the Dragon Controller paused for a moment to look at everyone's reaction. Immediately, he nodded with satisfaction and continued, before this, the various disputes on the Despair continent were ignored by Master. However, Qianshu Yuan should never have provoked Master. When they protected Qianshu, there was no room for them to survive on the Despair continent. Therefore, I hope that the head of the Lin family can restrain the chief of Qianshu Yuan. As for the remaining people, leave them to us, the blood fiends, to handle. Hearing this, the head of the Lin family was secretly delighted. He hurriedly said, I'm relieved to hear your words, Dragon Controller. Nearly 2/3 of the 108 blood fiends belong to the Hand of Despair. A mere Qianshu Yuan is nothing to be afraid of. In the following time, the Dragon Controller and the Lin family discussed many details. Finally, after finalizing the plan, the Dragon Controller left in a hurry. Master, with the support of the Dragon Controller, how can the Lin family not rise? That's right. The Dragon Controller's intentions are clear. After destroying Qianshu Yuan, he will support our Lin family and unify the continent of Despair. At that time, although our Lin family will be controlled by Lord Despair Hand, it will be much better than it is now. At least our Lin family will welcome the best opportunity to rise. Many of the elders' attitudes were unprecedentedly unanimous. The head of the Lin family nodded slowly and said, That's right. We've already finished discussing what should be discussed. Qianshu Yuan will definitely be buried in the dust of history this time. By the way, what's the situation with the blood fiend Condor? The head of the Lin family suddenly asked. It's been 10 days. Logically speaking, it should have arrived at Qianshu Yuan. I'm just afraid that the chief of Qianshu Yuan won't play by the rules and will detain the blood fiend Condor, one of the elders said worriedly. The head of the Lin family waved his hand and said, Don't worry. The blood fiend condor represents the dragon controller and also the hand of despair. If the two sides fight and don't kill the envoys, the chief of Tianshu Yuan should be able to handle it. While the Lin family was feeling complacent, the dragon controller had already escaped into the void and was far away from the Lin family's mansion. Tempage, a mere Tianshu Yuan dares to go against my master. They're courting death. The dragon controller sneered. He was surrounded by a giant golden dragon, and his aura was like a rainbow. In the darkness, he was like a yellow shooting star, moving forward rapidly. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless. If it weren't for that old bastard ancestor Tian Shu, my master would have mastered the secret technique long ago, the dragon controller muttered to himself. Dragon controller muttered to himself, according to master's guess, ancestor Tian Shu should have sent Tian Shu into the Dead Star boundary. If it weren't for the fact that I can't enter the Dead Star realm, I would really want to tear him into pieces. Fang Chen had been secretly following behind Xiao Chen. He heard everything that Xiao Chen said without missing a single word. Killing geniuses and absorbing their power. What kind of evil technique is this hand of despair cultivating? Fang Chen frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he followed behind. A trace of white appeared in the sky. The darkness was about to end. When dawn arrived, Fang Chen was ready to make his move. This place was far away from the Lin family's mansion. In fact, it was almost out of the Lin family's territory. Even if the head of the Lin family noticed the commotion, he wouldn't be able to help. Buzz. The dragon controller was moving quickly. Suddenly, the void in front of him flickered, and a ripple flashed by. Immediately after, the dragon controller's face changed dramatically. His figure came to an abrupt halt, and his giant golden eyes stared ahead. Who is it? The dragon controller roared in a low voice, "Come out." There was no movement in the void. However, the dragon controller could clearly feel that there was an invisible barrier blocking him. Insignificant skill. The dragon controller flew into a rage and threw out a punch. The golden dragons circling around his body whizzed out and slammed into the invisible barrier. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, and the massive golden dragon's body actually showed signs of cracking. The dragon controller stared with wide eyes. The invisible barrier didn't move at all. How is this possible? Could it be? The dragon controller's heart skipped a beat. He immediately asked with a grave expression, "The head of Tianshu Yuan?" In the entire continent of despair, other than the head of the Lin family, only the head of Tianshu Yuan had such ability. The dignified head of Tianshu Yuan actually lowered his status to bully the weak. The dragon controller said in a low voice. There was still no movement in the void. Damn it. The dragon controller thought that the head of Tianshu Yuan was playing with him. He clenched his fists. The giant golden dragon circled and took a step forward. He wanted to use his powerful strength to pass through the invisible barrier. Bang! With a loud bang, the dragon controller felt a vast power coming from the front. His body flew backward involuntarily. Tap, tap, tap. After forcibly stabilizing his body, the dragon controller's face was a little embarrassed. He was even more certain that the person in the dark must be the head of Tianshu Yuan. He subconsciously took out his communication jade pendant, wanting to send a message to the head of the Lin family. Swoosh! A brilliant ray of light appeared out of nowhere and shot straight at him. In a hurry, the dragon tamer sent out a palm strike with both hands. With a catcher sound, the communication jade pendant shattered. The dragon controller's face changed greatly, and his heart was extremely heavy. The head of Tianshu Yuan, behind me is the hand of despair. Do you want to go against my master? The dragon controller said coldly. Drip. The morning mist condensed into drops of water and dripped to the ground. The surroundings were grey and hazy. A figure slowly walked out of the white fog. Fang Chen glanced at the giant golden dragon that had split into four, and then waved his hand. Suddenly, a vast aura of array filled the air. I heard that you are plotting to destroy Tianshu Yuan, so I'm here, Fang Chen said with a shrug. He looked at the dragon controller with a smile and said, Rumor has it that the dragon controller is the first blood evil and is invincible in the ancient life realm. Now it seems that it's just SOSO. The dragon controller waved his hand, and the giant golden dragon split into 4, circling in 4 positions on the mountain peak, sealing the space. Who are you? I will crush your bones inch by inch and let you taste the most painful torture in the world, the dragon controller said. That's good. I don't have to worry about you escaping. Both body and soul will be destroyed. Why are you here? The dragon controller's eyes widened, and he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Seeing that the person who came was not the head of Qianshu Yuan, the dragon controller regained his confidence and sneered. Humph, what an arrogant guy. What will happen? I really don't know. Boy, do you know what will happen to those who offend me? The dragon controller's eyes were full of killing intent. The dragon controller recognized Fang Chen. When he first went to Qianshu Yuan to look for him, the latter mysteriously disappeared. At that time, everyone thought he was dead. The dragon controller's aura surged, and the giant golden dragon roared to the sky. The dragon's roar was endless. I remember that a certain someone was so scared that he even took out his communication jade pendant, Fang Chen said with a smile. The dragon tamer almost gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Crash. Chapter 2796. The dragon controller's face suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that he couldn't control the space he had sealed. What's going on? The dragon tamer glared at Fang Chen. The latter remained calm and composed as he waved his sleeves. A vast aura of the formation Dao spread out, forcibly pushing aside the huge golden dragons that had split into 4 and occupying the dominant position. The dragon controller's eyes flickered, unable to accept the fact for a while. The space sealing technique he was proud of was controlled by the other party in just a breath's time. Moreover, this person was only a star ancient realm martial artist. It was too infuriating. Just then, the dragon controller heard Fang Chen's words, which made him even angrier. Do you think you can compete with me with such a little trick? The anger on the dragon controller's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. He spread out his palm, and the golden dragon merged together. It kept shrinking and coiling in his palm, its aura soaring to the sky. I'll let you know the price of offending me. Fang Chen shrugged. At this point, the dragon controller still didn't know where he was. Is that so? Fang Chen looked at the dragon controller mockingly. The dragon controller stomped his foot, causing the whole ground to tremble. He leaped and shot toward Fang Chen. Dragon controller technique. The dragon controller roared, and a vast golden aura emerged around him. At the same time, the golden dragon coiling in his palm soared into the sky, letting out a mighty dragon roar. Boom! The thick golden dragon swam in the void. With a swing of its tail, the sky changed color as if it was about to collapse. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. Fang Chen blocked the attack of the golden dragon's tail with his bare hands. His hands held the golden dragon's tail tightly, and his bloodline power quickly drilled into the dragon's body. Dong! 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 More than 50 bloodline powers worked together, instantly crushing the golden dragon's bloodline. The majestic golden dragon began to struggle, its body swaying. Hiss! Hiss! In the blink of an eye, its body deflated like a punctured balloon. The dragon controller was aghast. He knew better than anyone the attack power of the golden dragon. Impossible! The dragon controller bellowed furiously and launched his fiercest attack. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Bang! A towering aura pressed down on the dragon controller, and the latter's body was instantly imprisoned. At the same time, Fang Chen kicked him and took out the star-hidden sword. Sword of Annihilation, Sword of World, Sword of Chaotic Origin, Sword of Blood Soul. 4 consecutive slashes were executed rapidly, causing the color of the heavens and earth to change. These 4 sword strikes could be considered Fang Chen's most powerful attacks so far. Absolute Star Sector Master had once said that Fang Chen's strength was unrivaled among ancient gods. Indeed, he had the strength to do so. Facing the dragon tamer whose name shook the continent of despair, he could easily control the situation. In the blink of an eye, the dragon controller was defeated. Dong! The latter's body was hit by the star-hidden sword and smashed to the ground. The ground cracked and a fierce aura raged. Poochie! The dragon controller raised his head and opened his mouth to speak. However, his throat moved and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto the ground. "You," the dragon controller pointed his finger at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with horror. "Catcher." With a finger, the dragon controller's head exploded. After putting away the dragon controller's spatial ring, Fang Chen turned and left. At the same time, in the distant Lin family's mansion. "What's going on?" The head of the Lin family was resting when he suddenly heard the faint sound of a dragon's roar. He slowly got up, walked to the courtyard, and looked at the distant sky. The sound seems to be coming from the southwest. The Lin family head's expression changed. He spread out his divine sense and instantly found traces of a battle. "Not good, the dragon controller is fighting." The next moment, the Lin family head's figure flashed. In a few breaths, he arrived at the place where the dragon controller was. However, all he saw was a dead body. He looked around and found nothing. Only the aura left in the air proved that the one who killed the dragon controller was a sword cultivator. Who on earth killed the dragon controller? The dragon controller was here to destroy Tianshu Yuan on behalf of the Hand of Despair. At this critical moment, he died. Most importantly, he died at the edge of the Lin family's territory. Tianshu Yuan. Apart from the Tianshu courtyard, the head of the Lin family could not think of anyone else who could kill the dragon controller right under his nose without him noticing. The news of the dragon controller's death spread like a tide across the continent of despair. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Countless cultivators were shocked. They couldn't imagine that the dragon controller, who represented the Hand of Despair and was like a high and mighty master on the continent of despair, had fallen. "Have you heard? The dragon controller is dead. How could we not know such important news? I just don't know who killed the dragon controller. Who else could it be? Of course, it's Tianshu Yuan. They killed the dragon controller to warn other forces that are ready to make a move." For a time, all the forces on the continent of despair were paying attention. The death of the dragon controller caused a great commotion. The first to bear the brunt was the Lin family. They challenged Tianshu Yuan in the name of avenging the dragon controller's death. They also announced Tianshu Yuan's heinous crimes. When the news reached Tianshu Yuan, it shocked everyone. The head of Tianshu Yuan and the others were stunned, especially the high-level elders. Their hearts were in turmoil. Who the hell killed the dragon controller? Killing the dragon controller at this juncture was like adding fuel to the fire of Tianshu Yuan. However, only the head of Tianshu Yuan clenched his fists. His heart was in turmoil. He felt like he was dreaming. A few days ago, Fang Chen had asked him for a list of the blood fiends from the enemy forces. Now, the news of the dragon controller's death had spread. What a surprising guy. By now, the head of Tianshu Yuan was convinced that Fang Chen's strength was above the 108 blood fiends. He was both happy and worried about the death of the dragon controller. He was happy because of Fang Chen's strength. As he said, no one in the blood fiends was a match for him. Moreover, he could quietly kill the dragon controller in the Lin family's territory. This was enough to show that his strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. With such a prodigy in Tianshu Yuan, how could they not rise? He was worried because the dragon controller was the right-hand man of the Hand of Despair. His every word and action represented the Hand of Despair. Although the dragon controller was injured in the confrontation with ancestor Tianshu, his life was not in danger. Once he came out of seclusion, the consequences would be unimaginable. But soon, the head of Tianshu Yuan shook his head and stopped thinking about these troublesome things. Just focus on the matter at hand. The head of Tianshu Yuan thought to himself. The Hand of Despair's ambition to destroy Tianshu Yuan was obvious enough. If he continued to tolerate it, how could Tianshu Yuan escape the disaster of destruction? So, even if the Hand of Despair came out of seclusion, so what? Tianshu Yuan would fight to the death and never surrender. He paid close attention to the head of Tianshu Yuan's movements. As soon as the head of Tianshu Yuan made a move, he would stop him immediately. The death of the dragon controller caused many blood fiends to panic. They thought that the head of Tianshu Yuan did not abide by the rules and lowered his status to deal with the weak. He paid more attention to his own safety. Who is this person? Undercurrents were surging on the continent of despair. More than half of the blood fiends on the booklet had been killed by Fang Chen. Each blood fiend represented the peak of the life-ancient realm. Fang Chen smashed the head of the purple-haired, black-robed martial artist with a punch and grinned. 36th. However, in front of Fang Chen, they couldn't withstand a single blow. According to the names on the booklet, he eliminated the blood fiends one by one. However, even so, Fang Chen still found them. The blood fiends on the Lin family's side fell one after another. This also caused the Lin family to frown. A month later, Fang Chen killed 4 blood fiends. Half a year later, the number of blood fiends killed had risen to more than 30. There was a mysterious powerhouse in Tianshu Yuan who was hunting the blood fiends on their side. In the following period of time, Fang Chen fled to every corner of the continent of despair. An emperor-level primordial spirit was not an exaggeration. With a thought, it could be seen. Poochie. However, even so, they still lost more than 30 blood fiends in half a year. This was a great blow to the Lin family. Chapter 2797. However, as the fragments moved, the speed at which Fang Chen killed the blood demons became slower and slower. First of all, when the blood demons heard the news, they were terrified and went into hiding. The continent of despair was vast, and it was very difficult to find a person in it. Secondly, Fang Chen had to hide from the Lin family's investigation. He could not be discovered. In short, the whole process lasted for a long time. During this time, the Lin family had been declaring war on Tianshu Yuan, and the two forces confronted each other across space. Fang Chen, on the other hand, acted as a hidden force, continuously reducing the strength of the Lin family. After spending a full year, the last blood demon on the list was finally killed by Fang Chen. Phew! Heaving a sigh of relief, Fang Chen clapped his hands and prepared to return home. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Thief! In the void, a sudden thunderous sound exploded, and then dark clouds gathered, and a majestic force spread out. Oh no! Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He leaped up and used the spacetime escape technique in an attempt to escape. Smack! A huge hand descended from the sky and slammed onto Fang Chen's body. Immediately, Fang Chen was smashed into the ground. Die! The huge hand continued to press down, enveloping Fang Chen, who had sunk into the ground, and the aura of death spread out. Old Lin! Just when Fang Chen's situation was critical, the chief of Tianshu Yuan finally arrived. On the vast wasteland, the chief of Tianshu Yuan suddenly slapped out, blocking the attack of the Lin family's head. Boom! The two powerhouses collided, and the space was torn apart. A wild aura exploded and swept across the land. After stabilizing their bodies, the two of them looked at each other across space. The eyes of the Lin family's head spat out flames of anger. The continent of despair was shaken. Countless pairs of eyes watched from afar. Many powerhouses of the Lin family and Tianshu Yuan entered a state of preparation. The confrontation between the two powerhouses represented the official start of the war. Just as the two powerhouses were confronting each other, Fang Chen crawled out from the ground. His body was in a sorry state, but his aura was very stable. He wasn't injured at all. Seeing this, Tianshu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. The head of the Lin family widened his eyes and cried out involuntarily. Dub! Back then, in order to avoid being recognized, Fang Chen had changed his name to Tianshu. He had used his absolute strength to crush everyone and become the champion of the Dao debate. At that time, he was incomparably dazzling. However, after the Dao discussion ended, the hand of despair wanted to take him away. Ancestor Tianshu, who had been silent for countless years, intervened and saved him. After that, a piece of news spread. Ancestor Tianshu died in the battle with the Hand of Despair, and Tianshu was nowhere to be found. How could it be him? The Lin family's clan leader's heart trembled. He recalled that in the past year, the blood fiends on their side had all died. Could it be that he did all this? The Lin family's clan leader shook his head. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could kill the dragon controller. It can't be him. The eyes of the Lin family's clan leader turned cold. His figure flashed, and he took a step forward. He arrived in front of Fang Chen. He wanted to kill Fang Chen while the Tianshu Yuan's clan leader was unprepared. Your opponent is me. The Tianshu Yuan's clan leader was already prepared. He suddenly punched out and blocked the attack of the Lin family's clan leader. Thump. Thump. The Lin family's clan leader was forced to retreat. He glared at the Tianshu Yuan's clan leader. Dub, are you really going to betray the Hand of Despair? Mph, don't talk about the Hand of Despair, the Tianshu Yuan's clan leader said. The Lin family wants to destroy my Tianshu Yuan, and you're making it sound so righteous. The dragon controller was the Hand of Despair's most capable subordinate, but you killed him. When the Hand of Despair comes out of seclusion, you'll all die. As soon as he finished speaking, the clan leader of the Lin family transmitted his voice to the many experts of the Lin family, telling them to surround and kill Fang Chen. Kill him for me at all costs. The last time he saw Fang Chen, the latter was still very weak. But now, he was able to block his attack. This kind of potential was incredible. Kill him. Many Life Ancient Realm experts of the Lin family joined forces to surround and kill Fang Chen. The clan leader of the Tianshu Yuan wanted to intervene, but he was stopped by the clan leader of the Lin family. Wu Yu and the others rushed to the front to protect Fang Chen. Fang Chen waved his hand gently and said, "There's no need for the elders to do anything. It's just some trash from the Lin family. I alone am enough." Fang Chen's words completely enraged the Lin family. Kill this arrogant and conceited bastard. The battle cries shook the sky. Countless powerful attacks gathered together and blasted toward Fang Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen looked down at everyone as if he was looking at ants. Whoosh. He flicked his finger, and an ancient realm expert of the Lin family died instantly. Seeing this, the Lin family took a deep breath and looked at Fang Chen in horror. Whoosh. With another flick of his finger, another ancient realm expert died. With a few more flick of his finger, the Lin family was shocked. Watching from afar, a storm was brewing in their hearts. Tianshu, the Tianshu who used to be number one in the Dao discussion, is too strong. Yeah, he disappeared for so long, and when he reappeared, he could actually kill an ancient realm expert with a flick of his finger. What did he go through during this time? Could it be that all the deaths in the past year have something to do with him? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. Such a person was too terrifying. They absolutely couldn't provoke him. Seeing his own people fall one by one, the head of the Lin family was also very anxious. Let's go together and surround him with numbers. At this time, there was no longer any scruples. Rumble. The Lin family formed a joint battle formation and surrounded Fang Chen. Brat, prepare to suffer the anger of the Lin family. The leader controlled the battle formation and took the lead, launching a fierce and domineering attack on Fang Chen. Facing the joint battle formation, Fang Chen still sneered. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He pointed his finger, and a majestic finger light hit the joint battle formation. Buzz. The joint battle formation shook for a moment and then calmed down. Mph. The joint battle formation of the Lin family is not something you can break. Accept the baptism of death. Seeing this, the Lin family's confidence was greatly boosted. However, Fang Chen gently shook his head. I'm not even afraid of the dragon controller. Why would I be afraid of you? As he spoke, the hidden star sword had already appeared in his hand. Invincible way of the sword, sword of destruction. Crack. The void collapsed, and the sky changed color. An ancient sword crossed the sky and slashed the joint battle formation. Like cutting through tofu, the joint attack formation that the Lin family was so proud of was shattered. Bang! Many martial artists quickly retreated and looked at Fang Chen in horror. It's him. At this moment, the head of the Lin family finally recognized Fang Chen's strength. He shouted loudly, "Retreat!" At the same time, he was desperately trying to break free from the Tianshu Yuan's blockade. In that case, let's fight. It's useless. Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword danced. The powerful sword light was like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, harvesting the heads of the Lin family members. Lord Hand of Despair. The head of the Lin family's eyes were scarlet, and he fell into madness. However, Could the hand of despair really appear? In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river, and countless corpses piled up like a mountain. This guy is really unexpected, Wu Gan said. With nowhere to retreat, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the hand of despair. One man and one sword killed everyone in the Lin family. The entire continent of despair was shocked. I think the dragon controller was also killed by him. Wu Yu nodded. Seeing Fang Chen killing everyone, the head of Qianshu Yuan also let go of the battle. Please come out of seclusion and punish the traitors. Whoosh! They shouted hysterically. Today's situation could only be reversed if the hand of despair came out of seclusion. Unless the hand of despair came out of seclusion, the rise of Qianshu Yuan could be suppressed. The remaining members of the Lin family could only pray that the hand of despair would come out of seclusion. This battle concerned the survival of Qianshu Yuan, and he dared not be negligent. Otherwise, the Lin family was destined to be destroyed. Qianshu Yuan betrayed the continent of despair. Please punish them. The head of the Lin family was pinned down, and no one in the Lin family could resist Fang Chen. Bai Ling, who was beside him, had a worried look in her beautiful eyes. Countless members of the Lin family were praying, and there was a desolate atmosphere in the air. The hand of despair was a heavy bomb. If he appeared at this time, Qianshu Yuan's efforts would be in vain, and Fang Chen would fall because of it. Wu Yu and the others were full of smiles. They didn't expect that the crisis of Qianshu Yuan would be reversed because of Fang Chen alone. On the continent of despair, everyone shook their heads and sighed. After today, there would be no more Lin family. Plop. Chapter 2798. In the void, the earth-shattering battle was still ongoing. The chief of Qianshu Yuan and the head of the Lin family were both powerhouses who had surpassed the ancient god realm. Their strength was formidable and intimidating. If it weren't for the fact that they were wary of the ordinary warriors on the continent of despair, the fluctuations they emitted would have been enough to destroy the continent of despair. Qilin Dragon Ultimate Strike. As time passed, the head of the Lin family was burning with anxiety. He couldn't break free from the chief of Qianshu Yuan's entanglement for a long time. He could only watch as his family members fell one by one. He let out a low roar and displayed his powerful trump card. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and the shadow of a real dragon appeared in the sky. After this shadow appeared, the void became dim. Seeing this scene, the chief of Qianshu Yuan was a little surprised, but he quickly came up with a countermeasure. 9 turns of heavenly pivot. The strength of the two was evenly matched. Under such circumstances, the chief of Qianshu Yuan also launched an attack without holding back. Crack! In the sky, a deafening roar was heard. The chief of Qianshu Yuan and the head of the Lin family were evenly matched. The latter fell into a state of madness and wanted to force the chief of Qianshu Yuan to retreat with a method of mutual destruction. Below, Fang Chen was still as strong as ever. Like a demon from hell, he held the hidden star sword in his hand and killed one person with each step. Poochie. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, the Lin family members couldn't stop it at all. One by one, the Lin family members fell into a pool of blood. The vast wilderness suddenly became a sea of blood. The whole situation was basically one-sided. The Lin family had suffered a heavy blow. Pray for the appearance of the Hand of Despair. Lord Hand of Despair, we are your devout people. Please protect us. Countless prayers resounded through the sky. They knelt on the ground and kept shouting, hoping that the Hand of Despair would appear. It's useless. Fang Chen said indifferently. With a long sword, he was invincible in killing the Lin family. In the distance, many warriors who were secretly watching trembled in their hearts. Their faces were filled with complicated expressions. From today onwards, the Lin family would no longer exist on the Despair continent. The name of Tian Shu would definitely resound throughout the continent. Countless people shook their heads. They couldn't imagine how a star ancient realm cultivator could unleash such power. The rise of Qianshu Yuan is unstoppable. That's right, with such a monstrous genius, it won't be long before he becomes the second Hand of Despair. At that time, he would even have the right to establish his own continent. Perhaps the Lin family was wrong from the start. Tianshu Yuan should not be provoked. The most important thing now is whether or not Despair Hand can come out of seclusion before the Lin family is destroyed. Many people were concerned about this issue. After all, Despair Hand was the undisputed ruler of the Despair mainland. If he appeared, he would definitely be able to dominate the battle. When that time came, Tianshu Yuan would be the one to be destroyed. However, Tianshu Yuan had also thought of these consequences, but the situation forced them to resist. Crack! Fang Chen punched out, shattering the head of a member of the Lin family who was closer to him. Blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, the members of the Lin family were filled with despair. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. At the same time, they looked at the place where the Hand of Despair was in seclusion for the last time. In the end, everyone sighed and waited for death to come. The Hand of Despair did not appear. They could not resist Fang Chen's attack at all. There was no point in continuing to resist. The air was filled with sorrow. The head of the Lin family was also dejected. While he was distracted, the chief of Tianshu Yuan attacked and forced him to retreat. At the same time, he left a terrible wound on his body. Rip! Blood kept flowing out of the wound. The head of the Lin family's face was pale. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were soaked in blood. Head of the family. Countless people recognized the head of the Lin family and asked him to leave. Does the heavens want to destroy the Lin family? The head of the Lin family clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Let's end this quickly. The chief of Tianshu Yuan did not want to waste time. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the Lin family. He raised his hand, and the power of the 9 turns of heavenly pivot burst out, covering the entire sky. Buzz! The faces of the members of the Lin family were filled with despair. Kill! The chief of Tianshu Yuan shouted in a low voice and pressed down with his palm. As long as his palm pressed down, the Lin family would be completely destroyed. Buzz! However, at this moment, something strange happened. In the distant sky, a terrifying aura pierced through the void and shot over. Oh no! Seeing this, the chief of Tianshu Yuan shouted in his heart. He sped up, wanting to kill the members of the Lin family. However, a black hole appeared in the void. A ray of light shot out from it and blocked his palm. Thump! 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 The chief of Tianshu Yuan kept retreating. When he finally steadied himself, his eyes were filled with fear. Boom! The earth trembled, and a powerful aura swept across the continent of despair. The color of the sky changed. In the distant horizon, an imposing figure was faintly discernible. The Hand of Despair? Fang Chen also exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect the Hand of Despair to really appear. On the other hand, when the members of the Lin family saw this scene, they screamed in excitement. Ha ha ha, the Hand of Despair has appeared. Our Lin family is saved. That's great. The Hand of Despair has appeared just in time. Countless shouts could be heard. The members of the Lin family were in high spirits. Even the head of the Lin family, who was severely injured, had a look of excitement on his face. The Hand of Despair had been in seclusion. No one could be sure that he would appear. But now, he had really appeared. In the distance, the crowd hiding in the dark also let out a roar. With the appearance of the Hand of Despair, the situation was immediately reversed. Tianshu Yuan would face the greatest crisis in history. Let's go. The head of Tianshu Yuan grabbed Fang Chen almost immediately. He wanted to escape from this place. Boom! The Hand of Despair transformed into a giant that was 100 feet tall. He walked over step by step. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Countless people trembled. In the blink of an eye, the giant arrived in the wasteland. His body emitted a terrifying aura. Even the head of the Lin family and the head of Tianshu Yuan felt a little short of breath. He actually broke through? The head of Tianshu Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. The continent of despair is mine. The Hand of Despair looked down at the head of Tianshu Yuan and the others. He said coldly, "While I was in seclusion, you attempted to destroy the other forces and unify the continent of despair. You did not take the Hand of Despair seriously at all." Boom! As the ruler of the continent of despair, he had a certain understanding of the starless realm. The head of Tianshu Yuan tried his best to resist, but his body was sent flying. The giant stomped his foot, and the entire ground trembled. The weaker warriors spat out blood and fell to the ground with pale faces. I have seen too many young people with backbone. However, this is the first time I have seen someone as stupid as you. That day, I asked you to leave with me, but you refused, the Hand of Despair said. Now, do you regret it? He was stunned for a moment. He immediately came back to his senses and asked in surprise, "You actually came out of the starless realm in such a short time?" On the other hand, the members of the Lin family were gloating. They could not wait for the Hand of Despair to immediately destroy Tianshu Yuan. He really did not dare to imagine that Fang Chen would come out in such a short time. However, when he saw Fang Chen, his eyes lit up. After the previous panic, Fang Chen had already regained his composure. He shook his head gently and looked at the Hand of Despair. "Head of Tianshu Yuan, before I broke through, you were no match for me. After the breakthrough, you are even more like an ant." Tap, tap, tap. Thinking of this, the Hand of Despair licked his dry lips and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a bright light formed an arc in the sky and shot out. However, on second thought, so what? It was just a tonic for him. In fact, the Hand of Despair was implying that he had already given him a chance. It was too late to regret now. The Hand of Despair displayed great power and suppressed the head of Tianshu Yuan with one hand. The people of Tianshu Yuan were pale, and their hearts were filled with despair. The Hand of Despair looked at all of this indifferently. He waved his hand, and the battlefield was divided into two. The people of Tianshu Yuan were trapped in a void cage. In the Hand of Despair's opinion, they were not even worthy of him personally taking action. The Hand of Despair was telling the world that he was the only ruler of the continent of despair, and no one could disobey him. Chapter 2799. The aura emitted by the Hand of Despair was enough to immobilize Fang Chen's body. It was too strong. There was no way Fang Chen could put up a fight. Fang Chen knew his limits. The reason why he dared to do this under the nose of the Hand of Despair was because he had a trump card. Boom. Seeing Fang Chen's indifferent expression, the Hand of Despair felt uncomfortable. In his opinion, Fang Chen should be showing a terrified expression. A powerful force instantly pressed down on Fang Chen's body. The latter pushed the chaotic origin sword body to the extreme. Layers of sword aura appeared around his body. However, it was useless. His defense was unable to withstand a single blow from the Hand of Despair. It was instantly shattered. Poochie. His internal organs were shaken. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. "Stop!" The mayor of Tianshu Yuan roared. He wanted to stop the Hand of Despair. However, the latter merely waved his sleeve and sent him flying. This scene made countless people from Tianshu courtyard feel dejected and depressed. The future star of Tianshu Yuan, the hope of their rise, fell in the hands of the Hand of Despair just like that. They were unwilling. But so what? In the face of absolute strength, everything was meaningless. The injuries of the Lin family's head had stabilized. He looked coldly at the mayor of Tianshu Yuan and said disdainfully, "Anyone who dares to go against the Hand of Despair is a heretic. Heretics should be killed without mercy." The only thing the Lin family could rely on now was the Hand of Despair. Of course, they would take this opportunity to flatter him. The Hand of Despair took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the latter. "Are you not afraid of death?" Facing the Hand of Despair's question, Fang Chen gently shook his head. "I am afraid of death. But I will not die today." The Hand of Despair shrugged and pressed down. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Fang Chen's body. His body swayed, and his face twitched. It was difficult for him to hold on. "I am very curious. Who gave you such courage?" The Hand of Despair looked down at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the Hand of Despair. "Bullying the weak. Is this the magnanimity of the ruler of the Despair continent?" As he spoke, Fang Chen activated the token of the Empty Star Domain Lord. "You are not qualified to say that to me." Bang! The Hand of Despair sent Fang Chen flying with a single palm strike. Immediately after, The hand of despair appeared in front of Fang Chen in a flash. It clenched its fist tightly and gathered all its strength. When you bully the weak, you should be prepared to be bullied by stronger people. There was no sign of fear on Fang Chen's face, only disdain. Yes, it was ridicule. You is your deaths. The anger in despair Han's heart soared to the heavens. The speed of his fist pressing down increased, and flames shot out from his eyes. Die. Just as the fist of the hand of despair was about to land on Fang Chen's body, sighs could be heard from the crowd that was watching in the dark. They felt sorry for Fang Chen. Such a peerless genius had died in the hands of the hand of despair. The hand of despair is too strong. Even the mayor of Tianshu Yuan is no match for him, let alone him. He is dead for sure. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan can't withstand the hand of despair's fist. What a pity. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan also rushed crazily towards Fang Chen. But every time he rushed over, he would be sent flying by the hand of despair. No one can save you. The hand of despair sneered. His fist had already shattered the domain of swords around Fang Chen. One more step and his body would be completely shattered. Dong. The fist was so powerful that it made people tremble. It fiercely bombarded Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, dust flew, the air raged, and a wild storm submerged Fang Chen's body. It's over. Everyone exclaimed. In the face of such a powerful force that could destroy the continent of despair, Fang Chen had no chance of survival. Unless a miracle happened. The people of Tianshu Yuan looked lonely, as if they had aged more than 10 years. The people of the Lin family were elated. This annoying guy was finally dead. It's over. The head of the Lin family said in a low voice. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a dazzling light shot out from the hand of despair's fist. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling light swept across the entire land. The hand of despair felt that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately exerted more force in his fist. Dong. In the air, there was a powerful invisible force that forced his fist back. He looked over and found that Fang Chen was standing on the ground, unharmed. Layers of starlight surrounded his body. What's going on? The hand of despair was shocked. He didn't believe that this was the power that Fang Chen could erupt. Who is it? The hand of despair roared. He waved his hands, and the void within 100 miles shattered. When the others saw that Fang Chen was standing on the ground, they were completely stunned. He's fine. The head of Tianshu Yuan opened his eyes wide, and his face was full of excitement. He could feel that the starlight on Fang Chen's body was too powerful. His heart raced, and he was secretly delighted. How is this possible? The head of the Lin family cried out. Even he didn't dare to face the full force of the hand of despair's punch head-on. However, Fang Chen was safe and sound. What's going on? For a moment, the crowd, including those who were secretly watching, was completely dumbfounded. Crash. In the shattered void, a figure of starlight walked out. As soon as he appeared, the shattered void suddenly stopped, and the powerful force raging in the air disappeared. He flicked his finger, and a ray of starlight entered Fang Chen's body. The latter's injuries were immediately healed. I'm not late, am I? The starlight figure looked at Fang Chen and said with a grin. I'm not late. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. Who are you? In the sky, the hand of despair turned into a giant, looking down at the ground and asked coldly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you want to kill my brother. The starlight figure stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. What? The hand of despair's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to imagine that there was such a strong person behind Fang Chen. At this moment, he finally understood why Fang Chen's face was so calm when he was about to die. So that's why. You're courting death. The hand of despair attacked with lightning speed, wanting to kill the starlight figure. Rumble. An extremely powerful force swooped down. The starlight figure just flicked his sleeve and easily defeated it. Poochie. The hand of despair's body retreated quickly. The giant instantly shrank and finally returned to its original form. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of horror. Too strong. He's so strong that he can't even attack. Although it was only one exchange, The Hand of Despair already knew the strength of the starlight figure. My brother is not someone you can deal with. Big brother, you don't have to do this. The Hand of Despair has already been injured. He won't dare to appear for a while, Fang Chen said with a smile. The Hand of Despair used his control of the Despair continent to change the world and escape into the void. The starlight figure sneered and stomped his foot, causing the void to tremble. In the distance, blood splattered everywhere. The Hand of Despair was injured by the void. He gritted his teeth and took out a supreme treasure from his arms. He crushed the supreme treasure, and suddenly, a light shrouded him. His figure completely disappeared. No one knew the strength of the Hand of Despair better than him. However, the starlight figure easily suppressed him. Most importantly, this person called Fang Chen his brother. Seeing this, the starlight figure's face changed slightly. Poochie. The Despair continent was shocked. Poochie. The Hand of Despair roared angrily. An aura of despair appeared around him. He tried his best to resist the starlight's attack. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. Their hearts were in turmoil. The people of Tianshu Yuan shouted excitedly. The people watching in secret were also shocked. If it weren't for Realm Lord Endstar, he wouldn't have dared to do such a crazy thing. He spat out blood and didn't dare to stay. There's actually such a supreme treasure. No. Even the mayor of Tianshu Yuan couldn't believe what he was seeing. You want to leave? Leave, he muttered. Then, he calmed himself down and turned to look at Fang Chen. He said apologetically, I didn't expect that guy to have such a supreme treasure. I was careless. You know that I can't stay out for too long. I'll take my leave first. Realm Lord Endstar chatted with Fang Chen for a while and then returned to the Endstar realm. The starlight figure seemed to be furious. He waved his sleeve again. Wild starlight appeared out of thin air and blasted toward the Hand of Despair in an instant. Only the Lin family's faces were ashen. Chapter 2800. The Master of the Dead Star Realm was a peerless powerhouse who had survived since ancient times. Although it was only a clone guarding the Dead Star Realm, it was enough to crush the Hand of Despair. The battle that affected the entire continent of Despair had completely come to an end. The final result was beyond everyone's expectations. The master of the continent of Despair, the Hand of Despair, had actually fled, and the Lin family had been completely defeated. Only the people of Tianshu Yuan had the last laugh. After the battle ended, the governor of Tianshu Yuan, after a short period of recovery, immediately began to encircle and annihilate the Lin family. The head of the Lin family knew that the Lin family's defeat was irreversible, so he quietly left the continent of Despair alone. The Great Lin family, a superpower that could compete with Tianshu Yuan at its peak, was completely destroyed in this shocking battle and became history. The many forces that had once stood on the side of the Lin family, as well as the independent cultivators, were all dealt a strong blow by Tianshu Yuan. Half a month later, the continent of Despair had completely calmed down. Although there were still some martial artists who opposed Tianshu Yuan in some places, it didn't affect the overall situation. At this point, the continent of Despair had entered the era of Tianshu Yuan's rule. After the Hand of Despair, the continent of Despair changed hands again. Everyone respected the governor of Tianshu Yuan as the master of the continent of Despair. However, the latter knew best that if it weren't for Fang Chen, Tianshu Yuan would have suffered a crushing defeat in this battle and would have been massacred. After this battle, Fang Chen had vaguely become the leader of Tianshu Yuan. The governor of Tianshu Yuan regarded him as a treasure. As long as Fang Chen was there, Tianshu Yuan would continue to exist. More importantly, Fang Chen had the Starlight powerhouse behind him. This was his foundation. At the peak of the main peak of Tianshu Yuan, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the earth in the distance. When he first came to the primordial chaos world, he was only a void ancient realm cultivator. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had become an invincible existence in the life ancient realm. Not only had he obtained countless opportunities, but he had also become sworn brothers with the peerless powerhouse, Realm Lord Extermination Star. All these gains made him extremely happy. He was one step closer to the peak of martial arts. However, his face was filled with worry. Fang Chen thought back to when his avatar was captured by the Thunder Punishment Palm in the starless boundary and had his connection with him severed. Fang Chen was deeply worried. What happened in the Azura universe? Fang Chen was a little worried. His avatar could be considered a peak expert in the ancient Saint Chaos. To be able to suppress his clone without putting up any resistance meant that this person was at least an ancient god, or perhaps even stronger. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen made a decision. He wanted to return to the ancient sacred primal chaos to investigate. Thud thud thud. The governor of Tianshu Yuan walked over from afar. When he saw Fang Chen, he smiled slightly. Dean. Fang Chen told the governor of Tianshu Yuan his thoughts. The latter stared at Fang Chen and asked, "Are you sure you want to go back?" Fang Chen nodded. His wife, daughter, and brother were in the ancient sacred primal chaos. He could not let anything happen to them. It's a little difficult to travel from the primordial chaos to the ancient sacred primal chaos. However, I have a tiger-head warship in Tianshu Yuan. You should be able to reach there faster if you take it. Thank you, Dean. After Fang Chen received the tiger-head warship from the governor of Tianshu Yuan, he immediately set sail and sailed into the depths of the darkness. In the dark and silent void, where one couldn't even see their own fingers, a tiger-headed warship rapidly advanced. According to the speed of the tiger-head warship, it would take about 20 years to reach the ancient sacred primal chaos. Of course, the premise was that the journey was smooth and they did not encounter any danger. In fact, it was just as Fang Chen thought. He steered the tiger-head warship to a more remote place. Along the way, there was no danger. After 20 years, Fang Chen returned to the Heavenly Venerate Sea. The Heavenly Venerate Sea is just ahead. Fang Chen's heart raced. He could not wait to see his family. From afar, the Heavenly Venerate Sea was surrounded by a very strong barrier. He could vaguely see the surging waves of the sea. Along the way, Fang Chen had seen many chaotic voids from a long distance, but it was rare to see one like the Heavenly Venerate Sea. Go in. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could easily break the barrier of the Heavenly Venerate Sea and enter it. Buzz. A gap appeared in the barrier of the Heavenly Venerate Sea, and Fang Chen disappeared in a flash. After putting away the tiger-head warship, Fang Chen looked around. The familiar aura and environment. This was the God-slaying island. I'm actually on the God-slaying island. Fang Chen looked down and saw a group of people from the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos besieging a martial artist from the ancient sacred primal chaos. Poochie. The martial artist from the ancient sacred primal chaos had tattered clothes and a cold expression on his face. Even if I die, I won't submit. Hand over the map of the ancient sacred primal chaos and I can spare your life. Behind him, the people from the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos were chasing. Dong. A powerful attack landed on the martial artist from the ancient sacred primal chaos. His body was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. The blood in his body churned and his face turned pale. He had lost the ability to fight. Whoosh. The people from the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos surrounded him. Boss, why waste words with him? Just kill him. The Dark Marsh Primal Chaos martial artist who was called the boss said, "You really won't talk?" "I won't." "Then go to hell." The Dark Marsh Primal Chaos martial artist punched the ancient sacred primal chaos martial artist's head. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past and the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos martial artists were imprisoned. His punch had actually been forcefully blocked. What's going on? The Dark Marsh Primal Chaos martial artist felt that something was wrong and his heart was filled with fear. Whoosh. Fang Chen descended from the sky and landed beside the ancient sacred primal chaos martial artist. "Senior, may I ask?" The sudden change surprised the martial artist. "Let me ask you, what changes have there been in the Heavenly Venerate Sea in the past few decades?" Fang Chen asked. Although he was puzzled, he still answered truthfully. "Senior, ever since the 3 giants of the God-slaying island disappeared, the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos has been restless and has been attacking the ancient sacred primal chaos. Until recently, they finally stopped restraining themselves and colluded with the Dao Zi beast in the vast Heavenly Venerate Sea to launch a frenzied massacre on the ancient sacred primal chaos. The martial artist quickly said, "Now, many of the ancient sacred primal chaos experts have retreated to the exit of the heavenly Venerate Sea. That is the final barrier. Once the dark marsh primal chaos breaks through, the ancient sacred primal chaos will be completely enslaved." Fang Chen flicked his fingers, a complicated expression flashing across his face. "The changes are so great. Senior, this junior is Long Jian, an elder of the Azura sword sect." "This," Fang Chen said coldly. With his current strength, no one in the dark marsh primal chaos could be his match. Fang Chen punched out, killing all the martial artists of the dark marsh primal chaos. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the distant horizon, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Although the people of the dark marsh primal chaos were imprisoned, they were still very arrogant and constantly threatened Fang Chen. Fang Chen waved his hand. "It's fine. If they don't look for me, I will look for them." Fang Chen was a little stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the person he casually saved was someone from the Azura sword sect. The martial artists of the ancient sacred primal chaos widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Too strong. When did such a powerhouse appear in the ancient sacred primal chaos? He had already made a decision in his heart. After he figured out the situation in the Azura universe, he would personally make a trip to the dark marsh primal chaos. After a slight pause, he continued, "Let's go. Let's go to the exit of the heavenly Venerate Sea first." "Die. Kid, who are you? How dare you obstruct the dark marsh primal chaos? Since they wanted to enslave the ancient sacred primal chaos, then don't blame me for being impolite." "What's your name?" Fang Chen asked. "Since I'm back, then all your schemes and tricks will be for naught. Senior, the entire heavenly Venerate Sea is now occupied by the dark marsh primal chaos. The Dao Zi beast even threatened to launch an all-out attack in half a month to destroy the ancient sacred primal chaos." Long Jian said, "Senior, you openly killed the martial artists of the dark marsh primal chaos. They will definitely hunt you down." The ancient sacred primal chaos was his hometown. He had only been gone for a short time, and the dark marsh primal chaos had already joined forces with the Dao Zi beast to invade. They were really courting death. Chapter 2801. The Celestial Sovereign Sea was located at the border between the ancient Saint Primal Chaos and the Black Marsh Primal Chaos. Here, space was in chaos and the environment was extremely vile. The era of the confrontation between the two camps had come to an end, and the entire Celestial Sovereign Sea had been conquered by the Black Marsh Primal Chaos. The people of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos had been forced to the exit of the Celestial Sovereign Sea. From this exit, they could easily enter the ancient Saint Primal Chaos. They needed to hold their last line of defense and not let the ancient Saint Primal Chaos completely fall. The strongest expert in the ancient sage's camp was an expert at the limit of the Star Ancient Realm, and he was known as Ancient God Yang Yun. He presided over a region and tenaciously resisted. As for the ancient god ancestors of the major clans of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos, they had hurriedly returned to make arrangements. "Ancient God Yang Yun, what do we do?" someone asked. "The Dao Zi beast has declared that he will attack in half a month. When the time comes, none of us will be able to stop him," someone else said. "Why don't we negotiate with the Dao Zi beast? If he can work with the Black Marsh Primal Chaos, he can work with the ancient Saint Primal Chaos." "That's right. The Dao Zi beast once had a grudge with the Black Marsh Primal Chaos. If we make an issue out of this, it might work." Everyone had been forced into a corner. The Black Marsh Primal Chaos army was bearing down on them. If they waited for the Dao Zi beast to attack, they would all die. Ancient God Yang Yun looked around at the crowd and lightly shook his head, sighing. "It's useless. The Black Marsh Primal Chaos has given the Dao Zi beast benefits that we can't. Moreover, their goal this time is clear. They want to occupy the ancient Saint Primal Chaos." The many martial artists fell silent. An extremely grave aura came from the air. Everyone shook their heads, and someone asked, "Are we just going to wait for death? Rather than that, we might as well fight to the death with them." The speaker was Ancient God Giant Axe. He gripped a giant axe, his face brimming with anger. Without waiting for Ancient God Yang Yun and the others to speak, he stepped forward and flew out of the ancient saint camp. There were countless tents outside the ancient saint camp. Ancient god Giant Axe was enraged. The Black Marsh primal chaos had gone too far. Grandsons of the Black Marsh primal chaos, come out and fight with your grandpa. Ancient god Giant Axe rested his axe on his shoulder and roared. His voice resounded over the celestial sea. Many giants of the Black Marsh primal chaos army. Who will take this man's head? Let me do it. An ancient god holding a giant sword took a step forward and looked at the ancient god holding a giant axe from afar. Ancient god Huge Axe, you are courting death. Ancient god Greatsword sneered. Although their titles differed by one word, the difference in strength was still huge. The Huge Axe ancient god was only at the early stage of the star ancient realm, while the Huge Sword ancient god was at the late stage. Eat my axe. The infuriated ancient god Huge Axe couldn't care less. He was completely infuriated by ancient god Huge Sword. His whole body's strength soared, and he fiercely chopped out with his axe. The giant axe cut through the sky, bringing with it vast power as it struck the giant sword ancient god. Courting death. The giant sword ancient god sneered. The giant sword ancient god's sword vibrated. Then, with a flick of the sword tip, a sword net appeared in front of the giant axe and instantly enveloped it. Not good, ancient god Huge Axe is in danger. Ancient god Yang Yun grimaced at this sight. I'll go save ancient god Huge Axe. Everyone was eager to give it a try, but they were all stopped by ancient god Yang Yun. If you attack, the war will start ahead of time. At that time, my ancient saint primal chaos will be powerless to resist. It was clear that ancient god Yang Yun didn't want the war to start ahead of time, so he decided to intervene. Whoosh! Ancient god Yang Yun's body flickered, and with lightning speed, he appeared in front of ancient god Huge Axe and extended his hand to grab him. Ancient god Yang Yun. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out, and then ancient god Yang Yun sensed a powerful energy behind him. Forget it. In this dangerous situation, ancient god Yang Yun had no time to worry about anything else. Risking injury, he grabbed at ancient god Huge Axe and tried to save him. However, just as his palm touched the ancient god Huge Axe, the latter's body disappeared into thin air. Ha ha ha, ancient god Yang Yun, you fell for it. The wild laughter of the huge sword ancient god came from the sky. Not good. By the time ancient god Yang Yun sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. Boom! A powerful palm struck ancient god Yang Yun from behind. At the same time, the huge sword ancient god's giant sword struck ancient god Yang Yun's body. Plush! Ancient god Yang Yun was heavily injured and vomited blood. Ancient god Yang Yun, you can't escape. The huge sword ancient god sneered. Attacking with him was the strongest expert of the Black Marsh primal chaos, a martial artist on the same level as ancient god Yang Yun. Lord Dao Zi Beast will only act half a month later, but our Black Marsh camp is more than enough to deal with fools like you. This was a scheme aimed at ancient god Yang Yun. The goal was to kill him and have the ancient sage's camp lose without a fight. Attack together. The many ancient gods in the ancient sage's camp called out, but they were all stopped by ancient god Yang Yun's rebuke. The camp was surrounded by powerful seals. Once they came out, they would have no protection, and the Black Marsh primal chaos would use this chance to annihilate them all. What do we do? Are you going to watch as ancient god Yang Yun perishes? They were all very anxious. Plush! Ancient god Yang Yun's body flew backward, his clothes drenched in blood. Ancient god Lamor extended his hand and tore off one of ancient god Yang Yun's arms. Ancient god Yang Yun, you're dead for sure. Ancient god Lamor sneered. In the celestial exalt sea, the two of them had fought for their entire lives, and in the end, it was he who had come out on top. Despicable. Ancient god Yang Yun sternly said. Ancient god Lamor spread out his hands and disdainfully said, the process isn't important. The result is often what everyone pays attention to. As he spoke, ancient god Lamor attacked. In the clouds, Fang Chen and Long Jian had just arrived. Fang Chen calmly watched the battle below, his heart cold. Senior, ancient god Yang Yun is the pillar of our ancient sage's camp. Once he dies, our ancient sage's camp will be powerless to resist, Long Jian anxiously said. Ancient god Yang Yun will be fine, Fang Chen said. His gaze fell on ancient god Lamor's large hand, and the scene of his clone being captured appeared in his mind. Back then, a powerful hand of lightning punishment appeared in the skies of the Azura universe and captured my clone. Fang Chen muttered. Was it ancient god Lamor? Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't believe that ancient god Lamor had the ability to sever the connection between the main body and the clone. But even if it wasn't him, it was still closely related to him. The battle below had reached its climax. Several ancient gods of the ancient sage's camp couldn't help but charge out, but they were instantly killed by ancient god Lamor. Thump! Ancient god Yang Yun's body flew backward, gasping for breath. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Yang Yun, everything is in the past, and so are you. The great sword ancient god stepped forward, arriving in front of ancient god Yang Yun and swinging down his sword. Fang Chen and Long Jian slowly descended. Boom! Only the giant sword that had fallen to the ground was proof that the great sword ancient god had once existed. Many people were trying to guess at Fang Chen's identity. After all, Fang Chen had been gone for a very long time. He had experienced countless vicissitudes of life and had changed a lot. Even his aura had changed. This sudden turn of events caused ancient god Lamor to cry out in alarm. Long Jian! Someone recognized Long Jian and cried out. Ancient god Lamor carefully examined Fang Chen and was shocked to find that he couldn't see through him. Who's there? Fang Chen indicated that Long Jian should help ancient god Yang Yun back to the camp so that he could rest. Don't even think about it. Ancient god Lamor punched out, wanting to stop ancient god Yang Yun. Ancient god Yang Yun stared at Fang Chen, a look of relief on his face. Long Jian walked over and helped ancient god Yang Yun up, saying, Ancient god Yang Yun, this person is an expert of my ancient sage primal chaos. I am the master of the Azura sword sect. Ding! The members of the ancient sage camp were unable to recognize him. Soon after, the great sword ancient god's body exploded, his body and soul obliterated. A rhythmic beat came from the sky. Ancient god Lamor coldly asked. Thump! Thump! Thwish! Who is that person in front of Long Jian? A dazzling finger of light shot out from the sky, piercing through the great sword ancient god's chest with a speed invisible to the naked eye. There was the sound of metal clashing as ancient god Lamor's attack missed. By the time he looked back, ancient god Yang Yun had already returned to the ancient sage camp. This person was not simple to be able to kill the great sword ancient god with a single finger. Who are you? Chapter 2802. The calm sky was suddenly engulfed by a fierce gale, and a vast energy pressed down. Countless martial artists felt their hearts tremble. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the proud figure in front of them. Wasn't the master of the Azura sword sect Fang Chen, whose name once shook the ancient saint primal chaos? After disappearing for so many years, he actually came back. The master of the Azura sword sect. After a brief moment of shock, ancient god Lamor's face darkened, his heart burning with rage. The Azura sword sect had a lofty status in the ancient saint primal chaos that no one could compare to. It had even become the strongest faction in the ancient saint primal chaos. Its influence was so great that even the human assembly of elders would be somewhat apprehensive of the Azura sword sect. However, the ancient saint primal chaos and the Empyrean Sea were not on the same level. What happened in the ancient saint primal chaos did not cause much of a stir in the Empyrean Sea. The influence of the Azura sword sect was not so great that it could shock the people of the Dark Marsh primal chaos. So what? Those who stop me will die. Ancient god Lamor's expression fluctuated as if he had already sentenced Fang Chen to death. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent as he looked at ancient god Lamor. He inwardly sneered. After being gone for so long, the changes in the Empyrean Sea had truly exceeded his expectations. Is that so? Fang Chen playfully looked at ancient god Lamor, sword chi crisscrossing around his body and exuding a powerful pressure. Ancient god Lamor seriously examined Fang Chen and realized that he was just an ancient god at the peak of the star ancient realm, nothing to be afraid of. Brat, no matter how strong you are, you can't change the fate of the ancient saint primal chaos, ancient god Lamor gloomily said. Today, I will lead the experts of the dark marsh primal chaos to crush you and take complete control of the ancient saint primal chaos. Ancient god Lamor made no attempt to hide his excitement for the upcoming battle. For him, if he could wipe out ancient god Yang Yun's group before the Dao Zi beast could strike, nothing could be better. Ancient god Yang Yun no longer has the ability to fight. I'd like to see just how your ancient saint camp will fight against me. Ancient god Lamor was extremely confident. Ancient god Smoke Cloud, ancient god Primal Chaos' strongest fighting force, had already been heavily injured. Now, the battle would be one-sided, and ancient god Primal Chaos would have no way of resisting. H. Blackpool Primal Chaos is a greedy wolf. I, ancient saint Primal Chaos, will not surrender even if I die. An ancient god roared furiously. Fang Chen calmly looked at ancient god Lei Mo and suddenly said, "Isn't the backer of your dark marsh primal chaos Dao Zi beast? I wonder what the dark marsh primal chaos would think if I killed the Dao Zi beast." Hearing this, many ancient gods from the Black Swamp camp roared with laughter. They looked at Fang Chen mockingly, thinking that he was delusional. "Brat, you haven't even stepped into the life ancient realm, yet you dare to boast so shamelessly? If Lord Dao Zi Beast takes action, your ancient sacred primal chaos will fall completely." That's right. Trash will always be trash. If you want to play to the gallery, you're in the wrong place. Damned fellow, let me teach you a lesson. A peak star ancient realm ancient god from the Blacklock army couldn't stand Fang Chen's arrogant words and attacked. Trash. These words came out of Fang Chen's mouth. This enraged the members of the Black Swamp camp even more, and they began to curse and curse. But Fang Chen didn't even glance at the ancient god from the Black Swamp primal chaos, allowing him to wildly attack. Bam! A dazzling light imbued with boundless energy viciously struck Fang Chen's body. "Let's see if you're still alive." Ancient god Lei Mo sneered, believing that Fang Chen was doomed. Boom! But at this moment, a deafening explosion resounded through the air. A rain of blood rained down from the sky as a figure was instantly obliterated, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Dead. The members of the Black Swamp camp nodded. As for the ancient sacred primal chaos camp, they shook their heads in sorrow. "No, he's not dead." Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out. This voice immediately attracted the attention of many people. Countless martial artists raised their heads and looked at the dusty battlefield. As the grey energy gradually dissipated, everyone was shocked to discover that Fang Chen was calmly standing there like a war god. In front of him was a scarlet energy, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The ancient gods of both sides were completely dumbfounded. They found it impossible to imagine how Fang Chen had managed to kill his opponent. How could this be? He clearly didn't attack. Could it be? Ancient god Lei Mo's pitch-black eyes gleamed with cold light, and his face instantly paled. He had noticed the faint halo of sword qi around Fang Chen's body. His defense is comparable to the life ancient realm. Ancient god Lei Mo took in a deep breath and coldly said. Moreover, if his guess was correct, this boy's defense was something that ordinary life ancient realm martial artists would find difficult to compare to. In the ancient sacred primal chaos camp, all the ancient gods, including ancient god Yang Yun, rejoiced. However, only ancient god Yang Yun was able to see through Fang Chen's methods. Truly formidable. Purely relying on his physical defense, he was able to kill an ancient god of the same level. What if he used his full strength? Ancient god Yang Yun did not believe that Fang Chen's offense would be weaker than his defense. This thought cleared up the doubts in ancient god Yang Yun's mind. For him to be so calm in front of ancient god Lei Mo meant that he had nothing to fear. My ancient sacred primal chaos camp is saved, ancient god Yang Yun muttered. On the battlefield, Fang Chen stood with his hands held behind his back, his robe flapping in the wind. With me here, the schemes of the Black Marsh primal chaos are doomed to fail, Fang Chen calmly said. Let the Dao Zi beast come, or else I don't mind killing all of you. Fang Chen's body radiated a dazzling aura. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence. At the same time, He was releasing a vast energy that made everyone tremble. What powerful energy! Countless ancient gods were flabbergasted. Although they were all ancient gods of the star-ancient realm, Fang Chen's strength was far above theirs. Damn it! Upon seeing this, ancient god Lamor couldn't help but curse out loud. Boom! Ancient god Laimo's body began to exude vast lightning energy, which quickly condensed into a giant hand of lightning punishment that swooped down at Fang Chen. Die! Ancient god Laimo gnashed his teeth and roared. I said before that not even the Dao Zi beast would be able to do anything. Fang Chen calmly said. The moment he returned, the crisis of the ancient sacred primal chaos had been resolved. Boom! One punch, just one punch. A dazzling and frightening punch slammed into ancient god Laimo's body. Crack! Ancient god Laimo's chest exploded, sending flesh and blood flying. His origin soul was shaken and swayed, and he lost the ability to fight. Bang! Ancient god Laimo's body crashed into the ground, vomiting blood and his face ashen. In that punch, he had not used his full strength, only held back a little to spare ancient god Laimo's life. Fang Chen's casual attack had thoroughly intimidated the Black Marsh primal chaos. It could be said that he was unparalleled in power. The entire area was deathly still, and one could hear the ragged breathing of everyone. Just how powerful did one have to be to heavily injure ancient god Laimo with a single punch? Hearing the crowd's words, Fang Chen found them laughable. The crisis of the ancient sacred primal chaos had been created entirely by the Dao Zi beast. Drip. Ph. Once Lord Dao Zi beast arrives, you're doomed. Many ancient gods in Hei's camp gradually recovered from the shock of the previous scene and spoke coldly. Isn't this a little too powerful? After some time, ancient god Laimo raised his head with great difficulty. Behind him, the ancient gods of the Black Marsh camp stared in fear at Fang Chen. Ancient god Laimo bitterly smiled, a helpless expression on his face as he secretly messaged Dao Zi beast. Ancient god Yang Yun swore that he had never seen such a powerful ancient god before. Lord Dao Zi beast is unparalleled in the world and will not allow anyone to blaspheme him. The strongest expert of the Black Marsh primal chaos, ancient god Laimo, was actually unable to take a single punch from his opponent. He raised his head to the distant horizon, waiting for Dao Zi beast to arrive. I said before that in my eyes, you're just a dancing clown. Call Dao Zi beast out, or else you won't be so lucky next time, Fang Chen calmly said. That's right. How could someone like you compare to Lord Dao Zi beast's strength? Ancient god Yang Yun and the others were completely shaken. Long Jian was even more excited. This was a peerless expert who was like a war god, the master of their Azura sword sect, someone he was extremely proud of. Chapter 2803. The strength Fang Chen had displayed completely suppressed ancient god Lamor. The strongest member of the Black Lake faction was ancient god Lamor, and now that he was injured, who could be a match for Fang Chen? At this moment, the many ancient gods of the ancient sage faction were extremely excited. They had never been so happy since the battle with the Black Lake primal chaos. They had originally believed that when the Dao Zi beast attacked, ancient sage primal chaos would be wiped out. But now, it seemed that the outcome would be very different. Ancient god Yang Yun's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen, his heart burning. Some people were still worried about what to do when the Dao Zi beast came. Given Fang Chen's strength, the odds were stacked against him. But ancient god Yang Yun had a self-confidence that supported his view. He even believed that Fang Chen had the strength to deal with the Dao Zi beast. In front of the two factions, Fang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his body exuding an invincible aura. Once Lord Dao Zi beast comes, you're dead, ancient god Lamor sternly said. Ancient god Laimo said in a deep voice. Right now, he could only pray that the Dao Zi beast would come quickly. But it was clear that ancient god Lamor's worries were unnecessary. Fang Chen simply didn't care about them, only heavily injuring himself with a single punch. He simply couldn't be bothered to attack anyone else. Playing to the gallery. Once Lord Dao Zi beast comes, he'll know how ignorant his actions are. That's right. Lord Dao Zi beast is the strongest. How could a human of the star ancient realm compare to Lord Dao Zi beast? Many people in the Black Lake faction were very unhappy to see Fang Chen's arrogant attitude. If the Dao Ziyi beast dares to come, I'll suppress it with one hand, Fang Chen said. Whoosh! The Black Lake faction was in an uproar, and many ancient gods looked at Fang Chen like he was an idiot. Brat, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? The 3 titans of God-slaying island? Truly laughable. Lord Dao Ziyi beast is far stronger than before. Even if the 3 titans of God-slaying island appeared, they might not be able to block Lord Dao Ziyi beast's attacks. The people of the Black Lock camp had placed all their hopes on the Dao Ziyi beast. They were praying that the Dao Ziyi beast could sweep through everything and destroy the ancient saint primal chaos. My Black Marsh primordial chaos is destined to devour the ancient sacred primordial chaos and become the most powerful primordial chaos void, ancient god Limo said. Fang Chen shook his head with an indifferent smile on his face. He was mocking the ignorance of these people. Describing them as frogs at the bottom of a well could not be more apartment. Other than the primordial chaos, who dared to call themselves the most powerful primordial chaos void in the vast chaos realm? Even if the other chaos voids joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for the primordial chaos. Not showing up. After waiting for a while, the Dao Ziyi beast still did not appear. Fang Chen's face darkened. If that's the case, then I'll start a massacre until you appear. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his finger quickly pointed. Using his finger as a sword, streaks of sharp and domineering finger radiance turned into dazzling sword radiance in the void. Poochie. Every time he pointed his finger, an ancient god from the Blackpool camp would fall. You! Ancient god Limo angrily roared, but he was powerless to stop it. The Lord Dao Ziyi beast you speak of doesn't even consider you subordinates, Fang Chen sneered. He views your lives as worthless. Nonsense. Lord Dao Ziyi beast has already reached an agreement with our Black Marsh primordial chaos. He will forever protect our Black Marsh primordial chaos. That's right. Insulting Lord Dao Ziyi beast is opposing the entire Black Marsh primordial chaos. Damn scoundrel, Lord Dao Ziyi beast will definitely kill you with his own hands. Fang Chen shrugged. So what if I oppose the Black Marsh primordial chaos? Fang Chen asked. For a moment, the furious members of the Black Marsh primordial chaos were speechless. If you don't appear, I'll kill until you do. Fang Chen's voice resounded. Thwish. With a tap of his finger, an ancient god of the Black Marsh camp instantly exploded into a bloody mess. Reality proved that Fang Chen's conjecture was correct. When Dao Ziyi beast subdued the Black Marsh primordial chaos, ancient god Lei Mo and many other ancient gods were his slaves. He had subdued the Black Marsh primordial chaos precisely so that he could have these slaves work for him. If Fang Chen killed all of them, wouldn't he be ruining his plans? Boom. After Fang Chen killed several dozen ancient gods, he finally sensed a majestic energy coming from the distant horizon. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A thick thunder dragon swam through the dark clouds, letting out deafening roars of thunder. At the same time, the roar of a beast resounded throughout the celestial sovereign sea. Who dares to ruin my plans? Dao Ziyi beast's voice resounded, brimming with energy. A moment later, Dao Ziyi beast's massive body descended from the sky and landed in front of ancient god Lei Mo. The Dao Ziyi beast's body was huge as it looked down at Fang Chen from above. Foolish human, the Black Marsh primordial chaos is my, Dao Ziyi beast's, territory. Everyone inside is my slave. If you kill them, you will become my enemy, Dao Ziyi beast coldly said, his eyes sweeping over ancient god Yang Yun's group. I originally planned to act half a month later, but it now seems that your ancient sacred primordial chaos is impatient to become the slaves of a subjugated country. Boom. As soon as Dao Ziyi Shou finished speaking, a vast power burst out from his body. The entire space was in chaos as a wild aura wreaked havoc. Ancient god Yang Yun's group retreated, their faces pale. Whoosh. Fang Chen waved his sleeve, and a halo of sword qi engulfed ancient god Yang Yun's group, instantly dispelling the powerful pressure. What sort of skill is there in bullying the weak? Fang Chen calmly said. Foolish human, you've thoroughly infuriated me. Dao Ziyi beast opened his bloody maw, baring his fangs. Your strength isn't bad. I originally planned to take you as a slave, but it seems that only death can appease the hatred in my heart. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Fang Chen sneered, and with a thought, a vast illusory energy erupted from his body and engulfed the dark swamp primordial chaos experts. Illusion. Ancient god Lamor cried out in alarm as he struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The others were powerless to resist and fell into the illusion. Only the Daozi beast remained calm as it stared at Fang Chen with its gong-sized eyes. A trifling illusion wants to deal with me. Daozi beast sneered as he clawed at the air with his massive claws, and with a rip, the illusion was broken. But to Daozi beast's shock, even though the illusion had been broken, ancient god Lamor and the others were still standing stiffly on the ground like zombies. What's going on? Daozi beast turned his head and cried out in alarm. He quickly realized that something was wrong. You have a emperor-level origin spirit? The Daozi beast cried out involuntarily. It let out an angry roar. In the distance, ancient god Yang Yun's group was also in turmoil. An emperor-level origin spirit was something that only existed in legends. How could trifling ancient god Lamor and the others stop it? You, Daozi beast, want to destroy my ancient saint primordial chaos? Then I'll destroy you. Fang Chen's voice rumbled through the air. Kill. Daozi beast furiously attacked, his massive body causing space to tremble with every movement. Its bloody maw spewed out lethal venom in an attempt to shatter Fang Chen's attack. Come. I'd like to see how your sword technique can break through my defense. Suppress. Ancient god Yang Yun's group was extremely anxious. Daozi beast, defend. Fang Chen stomped his foot, and the hidden star sword in his hand slashed down. The hidden star sword stabbed into Daozi beast's scales and stopped its advance. The moment this sword appeared, the entire world dimmed. Daozi beast raised his head to the sky and furiously roared. He felt an enormous pressure, and his massive body was forced back. Fang Chen gave a bizarre smile as he lightly exerted force with his palm. Catcher. The hidden star sword tore through Daozi beast's defense like it was tofu. The sword of annihilation transformed in the air several times before stabbing into Daozi beast's body. In the face of Fang Chen's powerful sword technique, Daozi beast was forced to use his trump card. The Supreme Ancestral Eye activated, and the boundless energy of the Ancestral Eye condensed into a line in the air. At the same time, Fang Chen waved his palm, and a barrier of light appeared where the line passed, blocking the venom's path. Is that so? Daozi beast was extremely confident in his defense. Too weak. Its entire body was instantly covered in scales, forming the strongest defense. Daozi beast madly laughed. Ha ha ha, you can't break through my defense. Invincible Sword Dao, Annihilation Sword. Chapter 2804. The Daozi beast was powerful, the strongest in the Celestial Sea. Not even the 3 titans of God Extermination Island would be a match for it. But it did not know that as it was improving, Fang Chen was also improving. Moreover, the latter's improvement had reached an unimaginable level. In particular, his bloodline barrier had undergone its final transformation on the trip to the Starless Domain. Now, his chaotic origin sword body had reached its limit and was evolving into the ultimate primal chaos sword body. His defense was invincible in the same realm. After absorbing the soul of the death spirit race, his origin spirit had reached the emperor level. Not even 108 blood fiends would necessarily have a stronger soul Dao than him. And this was the Celestial Sea. Just his spiritual sense alone was enough to crush everyone. Thus, in the eyes of ancient god Smoke Cloud and the others, the insufferably powerful Daozi beast had the power to destroy the Celestial Sea. But now, Fang Chen had beaten him to the point where he couldn't even fight back. If not for the fact that he had shown mercy, the Daozi beast would have already died. Catcher. The hidden star sword, imbued with powerful sword Dao energy, cut through the defense that the Daozi beast was so proud of. After that, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and slapped the howling Daozi beast. Thump. The Daozi beast's massive body crashed to the ground. Bzzzzz. The powerful force suppressed the Daozi beast when it tried to struggle, making it unable to move. At this moment, ancient god Lamor and the others recovered from their zombie-like state, and their hearts trembled at this sight. How could this be? How could Lord Dao Zi Beast be suppressed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is an illusion. Lord Dao Zi Beast is an invincible existence. No one can defeat him. Many ancient gods were unwilling to believe the truth and began to madly shout. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the suppressed Dao Zi Beast. Swear a martial oath and serve me from now on, and I can spare your life. Fang Chen's voice resounded through the air. Ancient god Lamor and the others stared at the Dao Zi Beast, waiting to see how it would respond. For a moment, everyone was focused on the Dao Zi Beast. The latter gave up on struggling, its face twitching. Although it was unwilling, it did not want to die. After a long time, Dao Zi Shou sighed and said, "I am willing to submit." Ancient god Lei Mo and the others immediately turned pale and staggered. Their strongest backer had already submitted, so what else could they do? Chaos Blackpool is finished. Ancient god Lei Mo said in a daze. Excited laughter rang out from the ancient sage's camp. The danger was so easily dealt with, and he had even subdued a powerhouse like the Dao Zi Beast. Soon, Dao Zi Shou swore a martial Dao oath. From now on, you will oversee the exalted celestial sea and protect the two primal chaos voids. Fang Chen ordered. Yes, master. The Dao Zi Beast didn't dare to resist, afraid that Fang Chen would be angry. Fang Chen's gaze then fell on ancient god Yang Yun. Ancient god Yang Yun, as the leader of the human race, you have led our people on campaigns in the celestial sovereign sea for many years. You have made great contributions. Are you willing to become the master of the Black Marsh primal chaos? Ancient god Yang Yun froze for a moment, and then he became extremely excited. He felt like he was in a dream. This was the master of the primal chaos void, a transcendent existence that reigned above all other factions. Once upon a time, he had led his race and ruled over the ancient sage primal chaos, but in the end, his race had declined, causing him to lose his position as the overlord. In the end, he had been forced into the celestial sovereign sea. No one could have imagined that such an excellent opportunity would fall upon their heads. They were ancient gods fighting in the celestial sovereign sea, but the primal chaos void's self-protective instincts and powerful seals prevented them from entering the ancient sage primal chaos. However, this was not a big deal to Fang Chen. "I'm willing," ancient god Yang Yun excitedly said. Ancient god Lei Mo, are you willing to submit? Starting from now, the Black Marsh primal chaos will be a subordinate of the ancient sage primal chaos, Fang Chen asked. Ancient god Lei Mo grimaced and helplessly shook his head. They had no other choice. At this point, the curtains were drawn on the war between the two primal chaos voids. No one could have imagined that the Azura Sword Sect Master, who had disappeared for countless years, would suddenly appear, suppress the Dao Zi Beast, suppress the Black Marsh primal chaos, and resolve the crisis of the ancient sage primal chaos. The chaos of the celestial sovereign sea was left to ancient god Yang Yun to deal with. Fang Chen entered the ancient sage primal chaos. The ancient sage primal chaos was now fully developed and much stronger. At the highest point of the ancient sage primal chaos, in a palace of clouds, 7 figures were seated cross-legged, the atmosphere extremely solemn. "What do we do?" Celestial Lord Void Dimension asked. My race's ancient god ancestor hastily returned, saying that something has happened in the celestial sovereign sea and that the ancient sage primal chaos is about to face destruction, Celestial Lord Myriad Thunder said. Thus, we need to think of a way to deal with this crisis as quickly as possible. The ancient god experts of the present era had all returned, and they were all extremely terrified. What can we do? The celestial sovereign sea has fallen, and our ancient sage primal chaos has no way of blocking the attacks of the Black Marsh primal chaos, Celestial Lord War said. The Void Dimension Race Patriarchs, Thunder Punishment Race Patriarchs, Sacred War Race Patriarchs, and Qing Hu all exchanged glances. My Azura Sword Sect has a sect-protecting array. After a few moments of silence, Qing Hu said, the only thing we can do right now is place the Azura Sword Sect's sect-protecting array at the exit of the Celestial Sovereign Sea. The array left behind by Fang Chen? Hearing this, Celestial Lord Shu Wei and the others' eyes lit up as they hurriedly asked. Qing Hu nodded. His every word and action represented the Azura Sword Sect. What do you think? Can this array resist the Dao Zi beast? Celestial Lord Myriad Thunder asked. It's worth a try. Soon, the 7 elders finished their discussion and headed to the Azura Sword Sect under Qing Hu's lead. Mahakala was once one of the top 10 heavens. Now, it had become the most transcendent heavens in the ancient sage primal chaos. Even heavens such as the Qingshu heaven could not compare to it. This was because the Azura Sword Sect was in Mahakala. We're here. Qing Hu and the others appeared out of thin air and looked into the distance. Mahakala was right in front of them. Just as they were about to step into Mahakala, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Boom! A vast aura emerged from the 7 of them at the same time as they entered a state of alert. Everyone, how have you been? A familiar voice sounded, and then Fang Chen appeared out of thin air. Qing Hu was stunned when he saw the situation. The others were also stunned. Fang Chen? Brother Fang, is it really you? Fang Chen greeted the 7 of them one by one, and finally his gaze fell on Qing Hu. Brother Qing Hu, it's been many years. How have you been? Mahakala, Azura Sword Sect. The Azura Sword Sect, which had been silent for a long time, burst into laughter today. The founding ancestor had returned, bringing with him hope. The 7 elders of the Elders Guild and the ancient god ancestors of the great clans had all arrived at the Azura Sword Sect. After a long time, Fang Chen got up and shook his head. I'm not sure, but I'll find them. Where did they go? Sister-in-law will be fine. Maybe, some powerful expert passed by the ancient sage primal chaos and took a fancy to Tianxin and the others. Fang Chen frowned. He really could not understand. Late at night. However, he comforted himself that the 3 girls would definitely be fine. Yes, no matter what, we'll find them. The ancient god ancestors of the great clans and the Elders Guild were originally worried about the attack of the Blackmarsh primal chaos. They were now considered powerful experts of the ancient sage primal chaos and had managed the Azura Sword Sect well. Naturally, they were very excited to see their boss return. It's a little strange. Tianxin and the others will be fine. Ha ha ha, my brother, I missed you so much. However, when Fang Chen told them about the situation in the heavenly Venerate Sea, they were very happy. The crisis was over, and from now on, the ancient sage primal chaos would completely rise. Who is it? What made him even more anxious was that the 3 girls, Star and Moon, had entered the heavenly Venerate Sea to train. However, when he returned from the heavenly Venerate Sea, he did not notice the 3 girls' movements at all. The little mouse suddenly appeared, and then the other 4 guys appeared one after another. A moment later, the barbarian also came. The 5 guys were comforting Fang Chen. After listening to Qing Hu's story, Fang Chen learned that not only had he been taken away by the Thunder Punishment Hand, but his 2 disciples and daughter had also mysteriously disappeared. On a mountain peak, Fang Chen sat on a rock. The starlight shone on his face, making him look very lonely. Big brother. Brother Fang, do you know who the Thunder Punishment Hand is? Qing Hu asked. The others also looked at Fang Chen. Chapter 2805. At the edge of ancient Saint Chaos, in a vast void. 2 universes were dependent on each other. One of the miniature universes was huge. This was the Shura universe, which was famous in ancient Saint Chaos. Beside it was the Galaxy universe. Whoosh! Fang Chen appeared in the interior of the Shura universe, looking down at the Earth. Everything was normal in the Shura universe. Countless geniuses stood out, and the bone progenitor appeared beside Fang Chen. Master! Fang Chen clasped his fists. Qing Hu has told me what happened in ancient Saint Chaos. I'm glad that you can come back. The bone progenitor sighed. Who would have thought that a disciple he took in back then would grow to such a level? It was shocking. In the following time, Fang Chen asked the bone progenitor in detail about what happened back then. Back then, your avatar was cultivating. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and then a thunder punishment hand appeared out of thin air. The bone progenitor said with lingering fear, after the Thunder Punishment Hand appeared, the entire Shura universe seemed to be imprisoned. However, the Thunder Punishment Hand didn't hurt anyone. It only captured Fang Chen's avatar. According to the Bone Progenitor's information, he couldn't analyze anything important. Fang Chen carefully checked the Shura universe and left a lot of cultivation resources for the Bone Progenitor and the miniature universe. Finally, he left quietly. After returning to Ancient Saint Chaos, Fang Chen immediately entered the Celestial Sea and contacted Dao Zi Beast. After listening to Fang Chen's inquiry, Dao Zi Beast frowned. There was a time when I was cultivating. Suddenly, I felt an oppressive aura from Ancient Saint Chaos. At that time, I was surprised. What aura was it? Now that I think about it, it's very likely to be the person you're looking for, Dao Zi Beast said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately said, "Tell me in detail." The reason why I sensed that aura was because I was extremely familiar with the power contained within that aura, Dao Zi Beast said. "Master, perhaps you don't know about my origins?" Fang Chen looked at Dao Zi Beast. He really knew nothing about Dao Zi Beast. Strictly speaking, I don't belong to this primal chaos void. I come from somewhere else. The Dao Zi Beast revealed a secret. Countless years ago, I was the beast pet of the young master of the immemorial chaos Luo Bing continent's Wang family. Once, the young master was ordered to go to the Frost Chaos to find a genius. When we passed by the Empyrean Sea, a shocking battle occurred. In the end, young master escaped, but I was heavily injured and fell into the Empyrean Sea. Dao Zi Shou sank into deep memories. Fang Chen didn't expect Dao Zi Beast to come from the primordial chaos, and to be a member of the Luo Bing continent's Wang family. After countless years, I recuperated. One day, I received a message from the Frost Chaos. The person who sent the message was the young master's servant. He used the Wang family's unique method to send me a message, telling me that the young master was lost in an exploration and hasn't been found yet. Fang Chen was a little confused. What did this have to do with the lightning punishment hand? After that, the servant used a special method to send me a strand of aura. This strand of aura came from the place where the young master was lost. Dao Zi Beast looked at Fang Chen and said seriously, "And previously, I sensed the power contained in the aura that emerged from the primordial chaos void. It was exactly the same as the aura of the place where the young master was lost." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. He was a little anxious. "Are you sure?" "Most likely." After all, he hadn't seen the place where the young master was lost with his own eyes, so Dao Zi Beast didn't dare to say he was 100% sure. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his blood boiling. He couldn't let go of even the slightest hope. Soon, he made a decision to head to the Frost Chaos. "Do you have a map of the Frost Chaos?" Fang Chen asked. Dao Zi Beast took out a file and handed it to Fang Chen. "Master, this is the version that the young master's servant sent me. I drew it based on my memory. It's probably a little different from the real location." Fang Chen slowly opened the file and saw a map of the stars. There were countless stars on the map, and each star represented a chaotic void. The primordial chaos void should be here. Fang Chen found the primordial chaos void on the map, and then the black swamp chaos void. The primordial chaos void is already remote enough. I didn't expect the frost chaos void to be even more remote. From the map, the frost chaos void was almost at the edge of the chaos realm. That was the true barbarian land. After a cursory glance, Fang Chen put away the map. Now that he had the Tigerhead warship, he was confident that he could reach the frost chaos void. "Let's make arrangements for the primordial chaos void first," Fang Chen said. "Master." Before Fang Chen left, Dao Zi Beast called out to him. "If you reach the frost chaos void, explore the place where the young master was lost, and see the young master. I hope you can lend a helping hand." The primordial chaos void's overall strength had greatly increased, but it was still restricted by the world. It was almost impossible for it to break through to the ancient god realm. The 7 elders of the Council of Elders were already at the Empyrean level, but they were still unable to break through. The 7 of them were responsible for the safety of the human race, So they had been guarding the primordial chaos void and had not entered the Empyrean Sea to train. On this day, Fang Chen gathered the 7 elders and the ancient gods of the current era's great clans. Sect Master Fang. Everyone greeted Fang Chen. Even the ancient gods of the major clans were full of respect for Fang Chen. Brother Fang. Only Qing, who was more relaxed, and chatted with Fang Chen. The primordial chaos void is restricted by the world, and it is very difficult for it to break through to the ancient god realm. I called all of you here today to talk about this matter. Fang Chen said, Dao Zi Beast is guarding the Empyrean Sea and ancient god Yang Yun is guarding the Black Marsh Chaos. The danger in the Empyrean Sea is greatly reduced. Therefore, the 7 of you don't need to continue guarding the primordial chaos void. You can enter the Empyrean Sea to train and break through to the ancient god realm as soon as possible. Hearing this, the 7 were overjoyed. Then Fang Chen looked at the ancient god ancestors of the major clans. Your strength is acceptable in the primordial chaos void, but it's too weak in the Empyrean Sea. Continue to cultivate hard. Fellow Daoist Fang is right. Several ancient gods nodded in agreement. For the entire morning, Fang Chen patiently explained the future direction of the primordial chaos void to everyone. At noon, Fang Chen left the White Cloud Palace, accompanied by Qing Hu. Thinking back, the 2 of us were deceived by the demon Cloud State Lord and almost died. We mistakenly entered the old site of the Heaven Puppet Race. Qing Hu sighed. Now, the 2 of them stood at the peak of the primordial chaos void. Yes, you're now a puppet celestial exalt whose name shakes the primordial chaos void, Fang Chen said with a smile. Qing Hu's attainments in puppetry were unparalleled. If my guess is correct, Brother Fang, you're still going to leave? Qing Hu asked. Fang Chen nodded. Qing Hu sighed. For the peak of the martial Dao, we brothers spend less time together than apart. But I believe that one day, we'll be able to gather together and laugh together. When you go to the Empyrean Sea, take Barbarian with you. Fang Chen, Qing Hu, and Barbarian drank and chatted for the entire night. The next day, Barbarian and Qing Hu entered the Empyrean Sea first. Hearing this, the 5 lowered their heads and fell silent. Yes, this time, you have to take us away no matter what. This primordial chaos void is too boring. Xiao Huang and the other 3 appeared one after another. Little Mouse appeared in front of the stone table unknowingly. It picked up a wine cup and gulped down a mouthful of strong wine. Boss, you really know how to be a hands-off boss, Little Mouse complained. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 5 fellows' confidence increased greatly. Phew. Looking at the backs of his 5 brothers leaving, Fang Chen felt conflicted and upset. Fang Chen gently patted their shoulders and comforted them. Now that the Empyrean Sea has the Dao Zi Beast, you can go in to train and break through as soon as possible. When you're strong enough, we'll meet again in the primordial chaos void. Don't worry, this guy has been clamoring to go to the Empyrean Sea for a long time. Yes, we'll go to the Empyrean Sea to cultivate. Boss, don't worry, we won't embarrass you no matter what. After a long time, Little Mouse looked up and said, Boss, we can't bear to part with you. Now, Little Mouse and the other 4 were in charge of the Shura Sword sect. The primordial chaos void is very dangerous. Even I can't protect myself, let alone you guys. Chapter 2806. The Ice Primal Chaos was the most remote place in the Chaos Realm. This was the true land of barbarians. After a long period of boredom, darkness, and loneliness, Fang Chen finally arrived at this place according to the map. In a certain place in the Ice Primal Chaos, it was snowing all year round. Snowflakes danced in the air and the temperature was extremely high. Suddenly, the roar of a beast broke the silence. Then, the sound of fighting could be heard. Brother, hurry up and leave. A woman's hurried voice could be heard. Then, a man and a woman appeared in the wilderness. The man was covered in blood, while the woman supported him and moved forward quickly. Behind them, a snow beast was roaring. Stupid humans, you can't escape. The snow beast roared. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was behind the 2 of them. It stretched out its large claws and clawed at them. Poochie. Seeing that, the man couldn't escape. He gritted his teeth and pushed his sister out, while he faced the snow beast's attack head-on. Rip! The snow beast's large claws tore a piece of flesh from the man's body. Blood spurted out and the man instantly lost his ability to fight. The snow beast's hooves stepped on the man's body. With a crack, the man's body was about to shatter. Brother! In the distance, the woman's eyes were filled with tears. She screamed in pain. Hurry, go! The man said the last sentence with difficulty and fell unconscious. You can't escape. The snow beast exerted force and the man's body shattered. Only his primordial spirit was left floating in the snowy sky. Rip! The snow beast exerted force with its large claws, trying to crush the man's primordial spirit. No! The woman let out a hysterical roar. She charged at the snow beast without caring about her own safety. A layer of golden light appeared on her body. Buzz! The woman burned her bloodline and activated the strongest power hidden in her body. She blocked the snow beast's attack and saved the man's primordial spirit at the same time. Even if I die, I will die with you. The woman was determined to die and faced the snow beast. Puny human. The snow beast looked down at the woman and said disdainfully. With a casual swipe of its huge claws, all the snowflakes in the air were instantly imprisoned. The woman's body was unable to move. Her face was filled with despair. Am I going to die? The woman murmured. She stretched out her fair little hand and held the man's primordial spirit in her palm. Hoo hoo hoo. The snow beast's huge claws carried a sharp and overbearing attack. The woman was unable to move and had no strength to resist. As long as the snow beast's huge claws landed, the woman would definitely die. However, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a crazy vortex appeared in the sky. Within that vortex, sharp and overbearing sword lights wreaked havoc across the entire world. Immediately after, an extremely powerful energy surged out from the vortex. Voila! With a loud bang, a beam of sword light shot out from the vortex. Crack! The sword light that shot out from the whirlpool pierced through the heavens and the earth. It was immensely powerful. As it descended, it passed by the snow beast, and the snow beast's huge claws were instantly cut off. Roar! A furious roar came from the snow beast's mouth. It controlled its huge body and stared at the sword light. The entire heavens and earth were startled. The sword chi and sword essence were shocking. Dong! The sword light swooped down and the moment it hit the ground, it suddenly exploded. A figure walked out from the explosion. At the same time, the terrifying vortex in the sky gradually disappeared. Snowflakes danced in the sky and the world was once again covered in white. Fang Chen looked around and murmured, "This should be the ice chaos." Boom! Just as he steadied himself, he suddenly felt a powerful force attacking him. He raised his head and saw a huge snow beast attacking him fiercely. Damned human, I'm going to tear you to shreds. The snow beast's claws were cut off and blood spurted out. It was furious and swore to kill Fang Chen. Freeze! Fang Chen stretched out his finger and gently tapped the void. Suddenly, a powerful ripple spread out and affected the snow beast's body. Buzz! In the next moment, the ferocious snow beast was imprisoned in the void. When the woman saw this, she was completely dumbfounded. There was actually such a powerful person in the world. Was it really heaven's will? Thinking of this, the woman was very excited and happy. She and her brother could be saved. Senior, thank you for saving us. The woman held her brother's primordial spirit with one hand and thanked him. Fang Chen did not say anything and just looked at the woman quietly. He had no intention of interfering, but when he arrived in the ice chaos, he accidentally hit the snow beast's claws and cut them. This gave people the false impression that he was here to save the woman. However, Fang Chen did not want to explain. He did not care what others thought. Roar! The snow beast roared angrily and stared at Fang Chen with its big eyes. The latter shook his head gently. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. As Fang Chen spoke, vibrating energy surged around him. Sword light circled around him and he was extremely powerful. The powerful force swept out and suppressed the snow beast. Its eyes were filled with fear and it crawled on the ground. Let's go. Fang Chen waved his hand and the seal around the snow beast opened. The snow beast fled in panic. "Senior, you can't." Seeing this, the woman hurriedly shouted, "The snow beast is the most powerful king in this world. Now that it has been severely injured, it will definitely take revenge on us." The woman's face was pale and her heart was filled with fear. This area was called the Flying Snow World and the snow beast was the only ruler here. It could control the snow in the world and form powerful attacks. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had died here. "It's okay," Fang Chen said slowly. "Where is this place?" Although the woman was terrified, she did not say anything when she saw Fang Chen's calmness. "Senior, this is the Flying Snow World." "Oh." Fang Chen continued to ask, "How far is this place from the Big Dipper Mountain?" Hearing the words Big Dipper Mountain, the woman was shocked and looked at Fang Chen in shock. "Senior, you want to go to the Big Dipper Mountain?" Fang Chen nodded. The woman took a deep breath and said, "Senior, the Big Dipper Mountain is not too far from the Flying Snow World. However, it is very dangerous and is known as the most dangerous place in the chaotic void. Even the supreme experts do not dare to enter it easily." "It's okay. Do you have a map?" Fang Chen asked. "I don't have a map with me, but my tribe does." "Senior, are you willing to follow me back to my tribe to get a map?" The woman said, "My tribe is the only way to get to the Big Dipper Mountain." Since that was the case, Fang Chen nodded and followed the woman out of the Flying Snow World. In the depths of the vast Flying Snow World, the huge snow beast controlled the snowflakes and looked at Fang Chen, who was getting further and further away. "Boss, he's just a human. Why don't you take him down?" Beside him, a snow beast said, "This is the Flying Snow World. Humans can only be slaves." "Shut up." The leader of the snow beasts scolded, "That human is very powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he doesn't want to kill me, I would have been dead. It's better not to provoke such a person." But the snow beasts were confused. Why did they have to take a human so seriously? "The world seems to be changing," the leader of the snow beasts mumbled. When the woman brought Fang Chen back to her tribe safely, she cried tears of joy. The snow beasts did not attack. She could not believe it. Was the snow beasts really afraid of this expert in front of her? No matter what, she had finally returned to her tribe. Yang is back. Many people in the tribe knew that the woman had returned and came up to greet her. The woman, who was called Yang greeted everyone absent-mindedly and quickly came to the residence of the tribe leader. "Tribe leader, Yang requests to see you. Come in." With a creak, the door opened. Yang brought Fang Chen into the courtyard. Fang Chen's consciousness spread out and covered the tribe. Soon, he found that the strongest expert in the tribe was an ordinary profound god realm honorable. "Yang where's your brother?" the tribe leader asked. Chapter 2807. The clan leader's expression changed. Finally, he nodded and said, "It's good that you're back." Back then, he tried his best to dissuade them from going to the snow world to train, but they refused. Now, one of them returned with a broken body and the other injured. "Remember this lesson," the clan leader continued. "Clan leader, the snow world is much more dangerous than the rumors say. If it weren't for Senior Fang, my brother and I wouldn't have made it back." Yang explained. Only then did the clan leader notice Fang Chen. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen, trying to see through Fang Chen. However, he found that all he could see was boundless power. The clan leader's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well how powerful the snow beasts in the snow world were. The ordinary man in front of him was able to save Yang from the snow beasts. He must be powerful. "Brother, thank you for saving Yang the clan leader said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded at the clan leader. Yang said bluntly, "Clan leader, can you give the map of the Big Dipper Mountain to Senior Fang?" The clan leader's expression changed. "You want to go to the Big Dipper Mountain?" "Yes, I want to go there. Do you know how dangerous it is?" the clan leader asked. Fang Chen spread his hands and looked indifferent. The clan leader shook his head. His impression of Fang Chen was greatly reduced. The Big Dipper Mountain was known as the most dangerous place in the ice chaos. Even heavenly venerables would die if they entered. The map is not too precious. I can give it to you. However, I'll say it again. With your strength, entering the Big Dipper Mountain is tantamount to suicide. The clan leader took out a map and handed it to Fang Chen. Thank you. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the clan leader. Then, he turned and left. He could not wait to find clues. Now that he had the map of the Big Dipper Mountain, he naturally wanted to enter as soon as possible. Senior. Yang wanted to chase after him, but the clan leader scolded her. Yang, although this person is very strong, he is short-sighted and too arrogant. If he enters the Big Dipper Mountain, he will die without a doubt, the clan leader said. This kind of person is not worth making friends with. Yes, Chief. Yang lowered her head. The snow race was the most powerful race within 100,000 miles, and Shui Yang was a genius of the snow race who was famous throughout the ice chaos. Countless young talents were pursuing Shui Yang. However, the latter directly refused. She wanted to cultivate wholeheartedly. Hoo. Fang Chen leaped into the air and flew in the sky. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. An extremely cold aura whizzed over. When Fang Chen looked closely, he was surprised to find an ultimate Venerable one among them. Below, in the Snow Clan. Old Devil Shui, have you made up your mind? His voice reverberated throughout the Snow Clan. The expressions of the clan leader and Shui Yang changed drastically. Wait here. I'll go out and take a look. The clan leader leaped and came to the front of the Snow Clan's territory to confront the group of people. Honorable Skyfrost, Yang is focused on cultivating. She doesn't want to think about anything else, the clan leader said slowly. Humph, she doesn't know what's good for her. The ultimate Venerable sneered. It's her honor that I'm interested in her. Today is the deadline. If she doesn't agree, then the Snow Clan will be destroyed. The clan leader's expression changed at once. Boom. Honorable Skyfrost released a powerful force to suppress the clan leader of the Snow Clan and force her to submit. Chief. Just as the clan leader of the Snow Clan was in a dilemma, a voice came from behind. Let me go. Shui Yang looked gloomy as if she had lost all hope in the world. However, she was willing to pay any price for the sake of her race. Yang. The clan leader of the Snow Clan closed her eyes in pain. Ha, at least you are sensible. If you become my wife, the vast primordial ice realm will order you around, but it won't do anything. The Snow Clan will rise because of you, Honorable Skyfrost said with a sinister smile. In the sky, Fang Chen looked at the scene quietly and sighed. Scenes of him being with his wife appeared in his mind. In the end, he tore open the sky and stepped out. In the icy void, Fang Chen's hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Yang body. If you don't agree, I'll take you away, Fang Chen said. Shui Yang shook her head. If she left, her race would be destroyed. Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't leave, Shui Yang cried. Who are you? Let go of Yang. The sudden change made Honorable Skyfrost roar in anger. The clan leader of the Snow Clan looked gloomy as if she was blaming Fang Chen for angering Honorable Skyfrost. Yang doesn't agree, but you're forcing her? Fang Chen rolled his eyes and said coldly. Humph, who do you think you are? Who are you to talk nonsense here? With that, Honorable Skyfrost attacked. It's over. The clan leader of the Snow Clan sat on the ground and felt helpless. The moment Honorable Skyfrost attacked, the Snow Clan was done for. You're courting death. Fang Chen waved his robe and a wild power surged out. The entire area was filled with powerful sword chi. Swoosh. The dense sword chi quickly condensed into a ray of sword light and shot out. No. Honorable Skyfrost, who was attacking, felt the great pressure. His heart trembled and he cried out in pain. Crack. A sword slashed his body into pieces. Another sword slashed his primordial spirit. In a flash, Honorable Skyfrost, who was powerful enough to destroy the Snow Clan, was killed. How is this possible? The people below cried out involuntarily. Only the clan leader of the Snow Clan shook his head in pain. Brat, how dare you kill Honorable Skyfrost? You're dead meat. No one can save you, the ordinary honorable who came with Honorable Skyfrost shouted. Poochie. Fang Chen pointed his finger and killed him. Humph, it's not just you. The entire Snow Clan will be destroyed because of your actions, another honorable said ferociously. Wait for the ancient god's revenge. Noisy. With a wave of his robe, a vast power rushed down and killed all the people brought by Honorable Skyfrost. However, the Snow Clan was not grateful as expected. Instead, they looked at Fang Chen with resentment. Yang draw a line between you and this person. The clan leader of the Snow Clan said in a low voice. Later, I will personally apologize. Perhaps the Snow Clan will be able to escape this disaster. Clan leader, Yang robe fluttered in the wind as she called out. She did not leave Fang Chen's side. Yang he killed Honorable Skyfrost. Don't you understand? The clan leader said. If you stay with him, the Snow Clan will be in trouble. Honorable Skyfrost was not terrifying. What was terrifying was the force behind him. Not only were there heavenly masters, but there were also legendary ancient gods. He was the only descendant of the ancient gods. If he died, the ancient gods would definitely go crazy. Therefore, the clan leader of the Snow Clan asked Shui Yang to stay away from Fang Chen. Fang Chen chuckled. It was ironic. He had saved the Snow Clan, but now they were complaining about him. Go back. Fang Chen shook his head and turned around. Senior Fang. Shui Yang walked to Fang Chen and looked at him. I will apologize to you on behalf of the Snow Clan. No need. Senior, this happened because of me. I will take responsibility, Shui Yang said. Shui Yang stay away from this person. This is an order. If you don't agree, you will be expelled from the Snow Clan. The clan leader of the Snow Clan said sternly. The Snow Clan could not afford to offend an ancient god. Honorable Skyfrost had died at the hands of Fang Chen. The ancient gods were superior, so they might not care about the Snow Clan. On the other hand, although this person was powerful and might even be a heavenly master, he had offended an ancient god. There was no place for him in the ice chaos. Shui Yang shook her head and looked at the people of the Snow Clan. How could they do this? How could they disregard their principles in order to survive? The Snow Clan is indebted to Senior Fang. We can't, as the clan leader of the Snow Clan, I hereby announce that Shui Yang is expelled from the Snow Clan. From now on, she has nothing to do with the Snow Clan. Shui Yang's face turned pale and her body trembled. She had suffered a great blow. She could not imagine that the Snow Clan would banish her. Fang Chen looked at all of this quietly and took Shui Yang away. The people of the Snow Clan immediately spread the news that Fang Chen had killed Honorable Skyfrost and taken Shui Yang away. Chapter 2808. Reverend Tianhan was only an ultimate venerable. However, his death caused an uproar. Many heavenly masters who stood at the top of the ice chaos spoke up to seek justice for him. No matter who it is, no matter where it is, the murderer must die. That's right. We'll do our best to kill this person and avenge Reverend Tianhan. The heavenly masters who were usually superior all came out of seclusion and gathered at the Bida Mountain. The humble school. It was one of the top forces in the ice chaos and also the force behind Reverend Tianhan. The humble school had 3 heavenly masters and countless ultimate venerables. At the same time, it also had an ancient god who intimidated the ice chaos. Reverend Tianhan was the descendant of this ancient god. His death caused an uproar in the humble school. Many people vaguely heard angry roars coming from the humble school. When the ancient god was angry, millions of corpses would fall. On this day, a cold light flashed across the sky above the humble school. According to witnesses, the cold light swept across the entire sky as if it was going to shatter the ice chaos. It was very shocking. Soon, the news spread that the ancient god of the humble school had come out of seclusion and was heading to the Bida Mountain. Once the news spread, the ice chaos was even more shocked. Countless martial artists went to see the ancient god's majesty. Fang Chen and Shui Yang flew quickly in the sky. He looked at Shui Yang from time to time. She was very sad. She had done everything for the Snow Clan, but in the end, she was abandoned by them. After this incident, Fang Chen had a good impression of Shui Yang. At least this girl didn't retreat in the face of danger. It's just the Snow Clan. Let them leave. Fang Chen comforted her. Shui Yanga didn't say anything and continued to move forward. I'll bring you to the Bida Mountain to cultivate. One day, you'll return with billions of lives. By then, no one in the ice chaos will be your match. The Snow Clan will regret the decision they made in the past. Fang Chen said. Shui Yanga nodded slightly. Senior Fang, you've done enough. Yes, they didn't know each other, but he had saved her from the snow beast. After seeing that she was about to be taken away by Reverend Tianhan, he didn't give in and killed Reverend Tianhan. Shui Yanga was, after all, a young girl. Her heart rippled as if she had a special feeling. As they spoke, they arrived at the Big Dipper Mountain. There was a vast mountain peak in front of them that reached into the clouds. We've arrived at the Big Dipper Mountain, Fang Chen said. However, his face instantly darkened. They're really fast. Voila! He grabbed Shui Yanga's arm and arrived halfway up the Big Dipper Mountain in a flash. Wait here. With that, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived at the foot of the Big Dipper Mountain. Since you're already here, why are you being so sneaky? As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, numerous figures appeared in the void, surrounding the entire Big Dipper Mountain. Brat, you killed Supremacy Heaven Frost. Do you think you'll be fine after escaping to the Big Dipper Mountain? You're too naive. H, today, we will avenge Supremacy Tianhan and take your life. Die. Someone could not help but make a move. Fang Chen flicked his finger and killed him. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Fang Chen stood quietly on the ground, his body filled with killing intent. If the people who were familiar with Fang Chen were here, they would definitely know that he wanted to kill them. Soon, he would start a massacre. I'm right here. If you want to avenge Supremacy Tianhan, just do it. Fang Chen's aura was like a rainbow, and his voice was filled with invincible confidence. He opened his hand, and a terrifying sword Dao aura filled his palm. With him as the center, a powerful sword chi storm instantly formed, and the sky changed color. Dawn. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and an incomparably oppressive aura appeared. The ancient god ancestor of the humble school appeared. No matter how strong you are, you're still an ant in front of an ancient god. The ancient god ancestor of the humble school was surrounded by a grey aura, and no one could see his face. Supremacy Tianhan is my descendant. You killed him, which is a provocation to the humble school. I'll destroy your physical body and imprison your primordial spirit. I'll make you suffer for billions of years until you die in regret. What arrogance! I, Fang Chen, have never been afraid of anyone in my life. Fang Chen sneered. His aura surged, and he was not afraid of the ancient god ancestor. In front of the Big Dipper Mountain, everyone was shocked. Was this guy crazy? He even dared to ignore the ancient god ancestor. My lord, you don't have to do it yourself to kill this boy. Let us serve you. Everyone knew how powerful Fang Chen was. Even a limit Venerable didn't dare to make a move. The person who spoke was a Celestial Venerable. Buzz. Celestial Venerable Devilhand's figure flashed, and countless palms appeared in the sky. This was her trump card. Even in the same realm, no one could defeat it. Die. Heavenly Lord Devilhand immediately used her most powerful technique, intending to kill Fang Chen with brute force. You see me as an ant, but aren't you an ant in my eyes as well? Fang Chen slapped out with his palm, causing the space around him to tremble violently. Heavenly Sovereign Devilhand's attack was instantly shattered into pieces. Not good. By the time Celestial Venerable Devilhand realized that something was wrong, Fang Chen's palm had already slammed down. Without any resistance, her body shattered, and her primordial spirit was destroyed. In front of the Big Dipper Mountain, there was dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene in disbelief. How strong was this guy in front of them? Was he also an ancient god? How much power did it take to kill a Celestial Venerable with a flip of his hand? This kid is a little strange. Let's attack together. Several more Celestial Venerables joined forces to attack Fang Chen. However, their fates were exactly the same as Celestial Venerable Devilhand's. Dawn. The world shook as Fang Chen suppressed several Celestial Venerables with a flip of his hand. Then, He mercilessly destroyed their bodies and primordial spirits. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Fang Chen stood at the foot of the Big Dipper mountain like a demon god. His eyes were scarlet as he stared ahead. Isn't that Shui Yanger? Someone found Shui Yanger halfway up the mountain, which confirmed the news that the Snow Clan had expelled her. Yanger, don't be stubborn. The Snow Clan leader shouted hysterically. He was burning with anger, afraid that the ancient god ancestor would blame the Snow Clan because of Shui Yanger. Shui Yanger's delicate body trembled as tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing this scene, she was even more desperate. She shook her head frantically as tears fell like rain. You shouldn't be like this. The ancient god ancestor of the humble school spoke. He gently pointed his finger, and a vast pressure swept out. A terrifying finger light slammed into Fang Chen's body. Dong. The finger light exploded with boundless power. An ancient god is attacking. He's dead for sure. Is this the power of an ancient god? It's too powerful. Ha ha ha, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now, you're dead at the hands of an ancient god. Buzz. When the terrifying power dissipated, Fang Chen was still standing. There was no wound on his body. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. He was unharmed by an ancient god's attack. It was unbelievable. No, his aura is unstable. He must have been severely injured. He's pretending. How can an ancient god be comparable to an ancient god? Yes, he's holding on. He's going to die without the ancient god. As they spoke, a celestial master flashed and shot out, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Fang Chen. Die. Fang Chen clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. Dong. The celestial master's head suddenly exploded. Blood mist filled the air, and everyone trembled. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Did he really have the strength to challenge an ancient god? Fang Chen was bathed in the smell of blood. His body exuded cold murderous intent. At this moment, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. I didn't want to make a move, but you're forcing my hand. Fang Chen said coldly. In that case, let's fight. I'd like to see who can hurt me in this vast primal chaos. Fang Chen's voice was full of confidence. His gaze swept across the crowd. Killing a celestial master with a flick of his finger had completely shocked everyone. Their only thought now was for an ancient god to kill Fang Chen. Die. The ancient god ancestor of the humble school pointed out again. The power of this finger was unparalleled. Dong. However, the result was the same. The finger light exploded, but it didn't hurt Fang Chen. You're also an ancient god. Suddenly, the ancient god ancestor of the humble school exclaimed. Fang Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 2809. A storm appeared and dark clouds covered the sky. The atmosphere was oppressive. Some of the weaker cultivators paled, unable to withstand the oppressive aura, and retreated. As for the sovereigns, their eyes were wide with shock. Normally, ancient gods were nowhere to be seen in the primal chaos, but now there were 4 of them. Even now, no one knew how many ancient gods there were in the primal chaos. The 3 ancient god realm masters quickly arrived in front of the ancient god realm patriarch. How is it? The 3 of them asked. Ancient gods could look down on the entire primal chaos. In their eyes, anyone who dared to provoke them would die without a burial place. He's an ancient god. The ancient god ancestor said in a low voice, his eyes flashing. His 2 fingers seemed ordinary, but they actually contained great power. However, they were unable to cause any harm to the latter. From this, he came to the conclusion that this fellow was not only an ancient god, but also extraordinarily strong. This was why he had secretly sent a message to the other ancient gods to come. An ancient god? When did a new ancient god appear in the primal chaos? It had been a long time since an ancient god had appeared in the primal chaos. Since ancient times, whenever a new ancient god appeared, it would cause a great commotion. Fang Chen's origins were very suspicious. He's not an ancient god of our primal chaos, the ancient god ancestor said. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at Fang Chen in unison. Kid, who are you? Why are you here? Fang Chen's aura surged. You don't have the right to know who I am. Indeed, an invincible existence in the life ancient realm was not something a few ancient gods of the void ancient realm had the right to know. If Fang Chen attacked with all his strength, the primal chaos would instantly sink. But he didn't do so. First, he didn't want to kill the innocent. Second, he didn't want to attract the attention of a peerless expert of the primal chaos. Time passed, but the primal chaos remained unchanged. Every single chaotic void had a reason for its existence. If one were to rashly destroy it, then one would definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. After cultivating to this point, Fang Chen understood the vastness of the supreme laws even more. The entire primal chaos realm was under the control of the supreme law, and it was difficult for human warriors to escape. Perhaps only those peerless masters who stood at the peak of the primal chaos realm could ignore the shackles of the supreme law. Brat, you are too arrogant. Even though we are all ancient gods, there are differences in strength. An ancient god sneered, eager to give it a try. They had been ancient gods for countless years, but they had never had an opponent, so they were very lonely. Now that he had finally met an opponent, he naturally couldn't wait to make a move. That's right. You are right about one thing. Even among ancient gods, there are differences in strength. Fang Chen said indifferently, as if he didn't care at all. In everyone's eyes, Fang Chen was too arrogant. 4 great ancient gods were gathered here, yet he was still so arrogant. He was simply courting death. I want to see what you're capable of. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and exploded in front of Fang Chen. The vast power of lightning frantically eroded Fang Chen's sword chi defense. Fang Chen shook his head. You are no match for me. Fang Chen waved his hand, and the vast power of lightning was instantly refined. Dong. He punched out again, forcing the ancient god to retreat. Thump. Thump. After stabilizing himself, the ancient god's pitch-black eyes were filled with shock. He exchanged glances with the other 3 ancient gods, and then said in a low voice, "This brat is a little strange. Let's attack together and capture him. Then we can explore his secrets." After becoming an ancient god, it was too difficult to take another step forward. Fang Chen's appearance was an opportunity. The many venerables surrounding the Big Dipper mountain were shocked. They had originally thought that Fang Chen was at most a celestial venerable. Who would have thought that he was actually an ancient god? How could this be? The Snow Clan patriarch's heart was in turmoil. There was some regret and guilt in his heart, but in the end, it all turned into hatred. Today, no matter what, I will kill you. The 4 ancient gods attacked together. Boom. Fang Chen clenched his fist, and the void trembled. His body exuded a frightening aura. The aura of the star ancient realm instantly spread out, causing the sky to change color. Not good. The 4 ancient gods didn't even attack, but they felt an incomparable tremor. They all retreated. It was too powerful. The shock came from the depths of their primordial spirits. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Gather all the helpers you can find. Fang Chen's voice was like a god's, resounding in the sky. After the 4 ancient gods stabilized themselves, their hearts were filled with fear. How is this possible? Fang Chen's aura was far stronger than theirs. The 4 were filled with fear, and they didn't even have the courage to attack. It wasn't until this moment that the ancient god patriarch of the humble school realized how laughable his previous actions were. Damn it, why do you have to pretend to be an ancient god? The ancient god patriarch of the humble school felt bitter and looked at the other 3. This person wantonly killed our martial artists. Immediately report this to the Lord. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, an old man with a body aura suddenly appeared. Benefactor, can we stop here? The Buddhist elder's face was full of kindness. He put his palms together and nodded gently at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a Buddhist expert in the primordial ice domain. This person's cultivation had reached the limit of the void ancient realm, and he was 1 step away from the star ancient realm. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the limit of the void ancient realm in such a barbaric place. Kill him, and I will stop. Fang Chen stretched out his finger and pointed at the ancient god ancestor of the ancient god realm. Kid, you've gone too far. The ancient god patriarch of the humble school roared and prepared to attack. What? You're going to stop me? Fang Chen asked. The Buddhist elder shook his head and put his palms together. He muttered the Buddhist language and sighed. Boom. Fang Chen executed the spacetime escape technique. His figure flashed as he escaped into the void. You want to kill me? The ancient god patriarch of the humble school sneered and used all his strength. Crack. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force behind him. He quickly turned around and found that Fang Chen's hand had penetrated his chest. Blood spurted out and his aura weakened. No. He wanted to resist, but he found that his strength was instantly drained. Under everyone's gaze, the ancient god patriarch of the humble school slowly fell to the ground. Splash! Fang Chen returned to the foot of the Big Dipper mountain as if nothing had happened. Benefactor, are you satisfied? The Buddhist elder put his palms together and asked. Fang Chen gently nodded at the Buddhist elder before leaping to the waist of the mountain and disappearing from the Big Dipper mountain with Shui Yanga. If you want revenge, come find me. Fang Chen's voice echoed on the Big Dipper mountain. The icy chaos was shocked. The ancient god patriarch of the humble school had died at the hands of a stranger. It was unbelievable. My lord, why didn't you kill him? Yeah, he's too arrogant. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he's strong? Damn him. The remaining 3 ancient gods were extremely unhappy with Fang Chen. The Buddhist elder shook his head. I'm not his match. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire world was shocked. Others might not know, but the 3 ancient gods knew very well that the Buddhist elder was the strongest ancient god of the icy chaos. His attainments in the Buddhist Tao were very high. Even he wasn't a match for that guy. Just how powerful was he? His target is only the humble school. If he really wants to, he can destroy our side of the chaotic void with a flip of his hand. The Buddhist elder had a complicated look in his eyes. Then, he ordered that no one was allowed to approach the Big Dipper mountain. This earth-shattering news quickly spread throughout the frost primal chaos. Everybody was astonished. Only the members of the Snow Clan didn't feel good. Chapter 28:10. The Big Dipper mountain was shrouded in mist. Senior Fang. At this moment, Shui Yanga had already let go of everything in her heart. She smiled brightly and stared at Fang Chen. She was a little shaken. Especially when she saw Fang Chen kill an ancient god expert. It was too shocking. I didn't expect Senior Fang to be so powerful. Shui Yanga smiled awkwardly. She was worried that Fang Chen would be killed by the ancient god ancestor of the humble school. Now, it seemed that her thoughts were ridiculous. Shui Yanga's heart was in chaos. She almost couldn't believe that the frigid school, a superpower in the primal chaos of ice, had lost their patriarch because of her. It was too shocking. Ancient god experts were legends and no one could defeat them. However, this rule was broken by Fang Chen. The humble school bullied the weak. Supremacy Tianhan wanted to take you by force because of your beauty. I just taught him a lesson. I didn't expect the humble class to be so protective. I warned them long ago, but they didn't listen. They only have themselves to blame for ending up like this. Fang Chen spread out his hands. Without the protection of the ancient gods, it could be imagined that the humble class would quickly decline in the near future. Senior Fang, Shui Yanga was very grateful to Fang Chen. There's no need for that. If you hadn't stood on my side that day, I wouldn't have done anything, Fang Chen said. He had killed Supremacy Tianhan, but the Snow Clan leader thought that he had offended the humble school and wanted to cut ties with him. From that moment on, Fang Chen's good impression of the Snow Clan disappeared. However, he was surprised that Shui Yanga would rather be expelled from the Snow Clan than stay away from him. From this, one could see the kindness in Shui Yanga's heart. Dong dong dong. While Fang Chen was immersed in his thoughts, Shui Yanga's body suddenly underwent a slight change. At the same time, Fang Chen's bloodline vibrated. Whoosh. Fang Chen grabbed Shui Yanga and moved quickly. Soon, they arrived at a strange place. This place was empty, and there was only a skeleton sitting cross-legged there. The vibration came from the skeleton. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense to examine the skeleton and soon discovered the truth. I see. Fang Chen grinned and said to Shui Yanga, Yanga, your opportunity has come. That skeleton is the ancestor of the Snow Clan. He's extremely strong. Even though he's dead, his body contains the blood of the Snow Clan. Really? Shui Yanga said excitedly. You sit here, I'll help you. Shui Yanga followed Fang Chen's instructions and sat in front of the skeleton. Fang Chen circulated all of his power and forced the skeleton's energy into Shui Yanga's body. Then, a drop of blood flowed out of the skeleton and entered Shui Yanga's bloodline, quickly changing her bloodline power. Whoosh! After a while, Fang Chen retracted his hand. Shui Yanga had already entered a state of cultivation. Silver light flowed around Shui Yanga's body and cold light flashed in the air. The skeleton had acknowledged Shui Yanga and was helping her transform. Fang Chen seemed to be able to see a matchless empress standing at the peak of frigid ice and primal chaos, stepping on the legion of gods. I hope we can meet again in the future. Fang Chen flicked his finger and a mark entered Shui Yanga's forehead before he left. Walking in the Big Dipper Mountain, Fang Chen could feel the raging aura in the air. Such powerful energy. The heavenly Tao energy here is extremely strong and it seems to have the shadow of the supreme laws. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, no wonder the ancient gods of the ice primal chaos don't dare to enter this place. The power of the heavenly Tao here was strong enough to imprison a void ancient god. Even the Buddhist elders didn't dare to enter. The structure here is similar to the heavenly sovereign sea, but it's stronger. Fang Chen murmured. He continued to go deeper. A few days later, he found the wreckage of a void battleship in the depths of the Big Dipper Mountain. Void battleship. Fang Chen walked around the wreckage and observed it carefully. There was an incomplete Wang character on the wreckage. It should be the Wang family's void battleship. He recalled what Dao Zisho had said. They came from the Wang family of the immemorial chaotic Luo Bing continent. The young master of the Wang family has indeed been here, but what caused the void battleship to be destroyed like this? Fang Chen was even more confused. Logically speaking, the remote chaos void should not have such strong fighting power. His intuition told him that there must be something hidden here. Let's go deeper. Fang Chen followed the wreckage and soon arrived at the true core of the Big Dipper Mountain. It was a mess as if there had been an intense battle. Blood. Fang Chen squatted on the ground and carefully examined the dried-up drop of blood. He touched it gently with his finger. Fang Chen was sure that this drop of blood came from the young master of the Wang family. It seems that the young master of the Wang family is in danger. Fang Chen pursed his lips and looked around vigilantly. The Big Dipper Mountain was becoming more and more unpredictable. Where are the clues? Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately looked at the withered branches scattered on the ground in front of him. These branches have long been broken and their vitality has disappeared. After the baptism of time, they should have withered. But now, I can feel that there is moisture in them. After discovering this, Fang Chen hurriedly began to investigate. Soon, he was shocked to discover that these withered branches were actually a peerless array. What an exquisite array! If I hadn't deduced in reverse, I wouldn't have discovered it. Fang Chen's attainment in array formation was obvious to all. If even he couldn't discover it, one could imagine how exquisite this array was. Who was it that set up such an exquisite formation here? Fang Chen was curious. At the same time, he analyzed the array's operating trajectory. Crack. The withered branches turned to ashes and the array suddenly appeared. A pitch-black door appeared out of thin air. Fang Chen weighed the pros and cons and finally decided to enter to investigate. Crash. Fang Chen plunged into the pitch-black door and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The Big Dipper Mountain was known as the most dangerous place in the ice primal chaos. For countless years, the Big Dipper Mountain had been very peaceful. But today, the Big Dipper Mountain shook as if it would collapse at any time. Like a virus, this news spread like wildfire. The ancient god experts led by the Buddhist elder looked at the Big Dipper Mountain from afar. Sir, what's going on? Has the creature in the Big Dipper mountain been born? The Buddhist elder shook his head, disbelief in his eyes. The sky has changed. After saying this, the Buddhist elder disappeared, leaving behind the three ancient gods looking at each other in confusion. The entire primal chaos was discussing the Big Dipper mountain. Some people even said that Fang Chen had single-handedly suppressed the creature in the Big Dipper mountain, breaking the peace of the Big Dipper mountain. In short, rumors were flying everywhere. In the territory of the snow race. Patriarch, although that guy is strong, he has entered the Big Dipper mountain. He might die. Yeah, he's too arrogant. He thinks that he can suppress the primal chaos just because he's strong. He's too naive. Many people mocked and ridiculed. Of course, some people thought that they were using Shui Yang as an opportunity to repair their relationship with Fang Chen. Patriarch, Senior Fang's achievements are unparalleled. If we can get his support, we will definitely become the strongest race in the world. Yeah, although we didn't get along well with Senior Fang, he killed the ancient god ancestor of the humble school for Yang. Maybe he likes Yang. Why don't we use Yang to repair our relationship with him? That's right. When Yang comes out of the Big Dipper mountain, we will immediately make her the saintess of the Snow Clan and the successor of the Patriarch. Even if Senior Fang hates the Snow Clan, as long as Yang becomes the Patriarch of the Snow Clan, he won't sit idly by. The Patriarch of the Snow Clan rubbed his temples and closed his eyes in pain. He waved his hand and stopped the discussion. Our Snow Clan has missed a chance to rise, said Lin Feng. The Patriarch of the Snow Clan sighed. Who would have thought that an ordinary guy would suddenly become a dominator of the primal chaos void? Fortunately, Shui Yang was the bridge between them. I hope the result isn't too bad. Chapter 28:11. Big Dipper Mountain. Fang Chen was deep in a paradise. The air here was gentle, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Lush greenery stretched as far as the eye could see. It was completely different from the Big Dipper mountain he had seen before. What is this place? Fang Chen clearly remembered that he had broken the array and entered the pitch-black door. But now, he had appeared in such a place. It was really inconceivable. Save me. Suddenly, a hoarse voice could be heard coming from the distance. Fang Chen frowned and released his spiritual sense. It rolled and spread out, instantly covering the entire place. He found a rusty iron cage in a corner not far away. There were several people locked inside. Whoosh! Fang Chen stepped forward and arrived in front of the rusty iron cage. This is Stellar Divine Flame Iron? Fang Chen was surprised. A cage was made of a heaven-defying material like Stellar Divine Flame Iron. Wasn't this too extravagant? Of course, what really surprised Fang Chen was that there were 4 people in the cage. 3 of them had already lost their vitality, and the last one was only skin and bones, dying. His lips were cracked and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. He leaned against the cage and struggled to open his eyes. He tried several times to reach out his hand, but he had no strength. Young Master Wang? Fang Chen asked. The latter's eyes flickered and he nodded with difficulty. What happened to you back then? Why are you trapped here? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Perhaps he could get some useful information from the Wang family's young master. The Wang family's young master said one word and then fainted. The energy in his body has completely dried up. The reason he can live until now is probably because of his bloodline power. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, his gaze fell on the rusty iron cage. Dong! He punched the iron cage. The latter only shook a little but did not shatter. The rumors are true. The astral godfire iron is extremely hard. Even life ancient realm martial artists can't break it. Fang Chen said, however, it is said that the astral divine fire iron is afraid of fire. I can try using the fire origin bloodline to activate the divine fire left by the fire demon True Lord. Thinking of this, Fang Chen activated the fire origin bloodline in his body. Majestic flames surrounded his body. After that, he released the divine fire. His fire origin bloodline merged into the divine fire and activated the divine fire's strongest power. Rumble. The divine fire burned the starry divine fire iron, making hissing noises. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, after 6 hours, the stellar divine flame iron showed no signs of being refined. This made Fang Chen feel very helpless. Even the divine fire left behind by the fire demon true monarch is unable to refine the stellar divine fire iron. Speaking of the divine flame, Fang Chen stopped refining it and prepared to think of other methods. Brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Fang Chen looked into the cave abyss mountain and saw Xiao Hua talking to him. I have a way to refine the stellar divine fire iron. Xiao Hua said. Oh, you have a way. Fang Chen was a little surprised and let Xiao Hua out. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Brother, during this period of cultivation, I have awakened the fire seed in my body and received the fire inheritance left behind by the fire demon true monarch. Hearing this, Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Xiao Hua walked to the stellar divine fire iron and stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a wisp of ordinary flame appeared in his palm. Suddenly, Fang Chen's face changed. He also had the fire origin bloodline. He could clearly feel the enormous power contained in this wisp of ordinary flame. So powerful. This must be the essence of the fire origin bloodline left behind by the fire demon true monarch, right? Fang Chen murmured. The fire seed in Xiao Hua's hand was constantly jumping. At the same time, it released a powerful force that wrapped around the stellar divine fire iron. Psst, psst, psst. Under Fang Chen's dumbfounded gaze, the indestructible stellar divine fire iron showed signs of being refined. There's hope. Fang Chen chuckled. In a mysterious place in the vast primordial chaos, the fire demon true monarch, the disheveled old man, and the others were playing chess in the clouds. Hey! Suddenly, the fire demon true monarch sensed something and looked into the distance with a deep gaze. To think that this lad has such great potential. A rare smile appeared on the fire demon true monarch's face. Ha ha ha. Fire demon, this descendant of yours is pretty good. It hasn't been long and he has already awakened his fire seed completely, the disheveled old man said at the side. That's right. Seems like he has already accepted the inheritance you left behind. Who knows, he might be able to reach your level in the future. It's rare to see you smile, fire demon. The other old men teased. Lad, cultivate well. There are very few in the fire race who can awaken their fire seed through their own efforts. I want to see how far you can go in the future, the fire demon true monarch murmured. Ice chaos, Big Dipper Mountain. Even though the stellar god flame metal was tough, it was beginning to melt under the refinement of the fire seed. However, it was a rare divine metal after all. Even the fire seed of the fire tribe could not refine it in a short period of time. Furthermore, Xiao Hua was too young and did not have enough strength to support it. He would have to stop and rest after a while. This continued on and off for about 18 years before the stellar divine flame iron was finally completely refined. Pest. Pest. Xiao Hua controlled the fire seed and absorbed the liquid stellar god flame metal furiously. Brother, help me. Fang Chen nodded and placed his hands on Xiao Hua's back. The power of his fire origin bloodline surged into Xiao Hua's body. With the support of his power, Xiao Hua could control the fire seed more easily. A moment later, the refined stellar god flame metal was completely absorbed by the fire seed. The stellar god flame metal is good stuff. We can't waste it. Xiao Hua smiled innocently. I'll give it to you after I refine it from the fire seed, brother. Xiao Hua, you got the stellar god flame metal. You don't have to give it to me. Xiao Hua shook his head stubbornly. Brother, this is Xiao Hua's goodwill. I hope you can accept it. Merging the stellar god flame metal into a weapon could greatly increase the strength of the weapon and stimulate the weapon's potential. Okay. I'll listen to Xiao Hua. Fang Chen rubbed Xiao Hua's head affectionately. Xiao Hua, it's dangerous here. Go back to Immortal Cave Mountain and cultivate. Fang Chen sent Xiao Hua back to Immortal Cave Mountain. Without the obstruction of the stellar god flame metal, Fang Chen walked to the young master of the Wang family. Pest. Pest. A vast power entered the young master of the Wang family. Soon after, the unconscious young master of the Wang family slowly opened his eyes. After Fang Chen's power replenished, the young master of the Wang family's complexion eased a little. "Why are you trapped here?" Fang Chen asked. Back then, the young master of the Wang family's voice was hoarse and weak. "Forget it. You should rest first." Fang Chen interrupted the young master of the Wang family's words and continued to transfer power to him. 3 months later, the young master of the Wang family was basically out of danger. However, he had been trapped here for too long and his bloodline power was almost exhausted. It would take a long time for him to recover. Fortunately, he could speak normally. "Thank you for saving my life." The young master of the Wang family sat on the ground and said slowly, "Where is this place? Why are you trapped here?" Fang Chen continued to ask. A sinister look appeared on the young master of the Wang family's face as he sank into painful memories. "Back then, when I first came to the ice primal chaos," the young master of the Wang family slowly explained what had happened back then. Fang Chen listened attentively. Fang Chen had already learned about what had happened back then from Dao Zi Beast. The young master of the Wang family talked about how he had entered the Big Dipper Mountain. Fang Chen was instantly energized. "Back then, I sensed that there was a treasure in the Big Dipper Mountain, so I came in to look for it. Relying on my strength and the void worship, I barged in recklessly." Who would have thought? The young master of the Wang family paused. His face was full of sorrow as he looked at the 3 corpses at his feet. "It's all my fault." The young master of the Wang family blamed himself. After the 4 of them were trapped in the Star Divine Fire Iron Cage, his 3 subordinates did not hesitate to transfer all the power in their bodies into his body in order to save him. This led to him surviving in the end, while his 3 subordinates were completely dead. If he had to choose again, he would definitely not enter the Big Dipper Mountain. This was because the moment he entered the Big Dipper Mountain was the beginning of a nightmare that he would never forget. Chapter 28:12. After saying a few words, the young master of the Wang clan coughed violently. His body was very weak. In order to maintain his vitality, the bloodline power in his body had long been exhausted. If he hadn't met Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. After resting for a while, the young master of the Wang clan's expression eased a lot. "Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me," the young master of the Wang clan said self-deprecatingly. "Even now, I don't know who attacked me back then. Why did they attack me?" Fang Chen was a little surprised. "After I entered the Big Dipper Mountain, I felt that the atmosphere was very oppressive, so I hid in the void worship. I thought that I could avoid danger this way." Who would have thought that a vast power would suddenly shatter the void worship, and the 4 of us were instantly seriously injured and unconscious. The young master of the Wang clan continued, "When we woke up, we were locked in the Starry Divine Fire Iron Cage." "So you're saying that you've never seen the person who attacked you?" Fang Chen asked. The young master of the Wang clan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The other party was too strong. It was simply unimaginable." Fang Chen fell into deep thought. What did the person who attacked the young master of the Wang clan mean? Since they attacked and imprisoned them in the cage, why didn't they kill them? This was a question worth pondering. When we were first imprisoned, we could occasionally feel a powerful aura enveloping this place. However, as time passed, that aura never appeared again. "I even suspected that the expert had already left the Big Dipper Mountain," said the young master of the Wang clan. Perhaps the other party didn't care about the young master of the Wang clan and just casually imprisoned them. Fang Chen's hand rested on his chin as his eyes darted around. "Perhaps the expert used to cultivate in the Big Dipper Mountain, and you barged in to disrupt his cultivation, so he attacked and imprisoned you." This was the only explanation that made sense. However, this way, the clues were cut off again. Fang Chen felt a little anxious in his heart. Without clues, how could he find his clone, his disciple, and his daughter? This was a problem that couldn't be delayed. "During your time in the Big Dipper Mountain, did you sense the aura of the thunder punishment?" asked Fang Chen. "Thunder punishment aura?" The young master of the Wang family tried his best to recall and then nodded. "I did sense some thunder punishment aura, but it was mostly sword Dao aura." The young master of the Wang family felt his scalp go numb and his face turn pale when he thought of the sword Dao aura that permeated the air. Fang Chen searched the entire Big Dipper mountain but found nothing. Since he couldn't get any useful information from the young master of the Wang family, he could only give up in the end. This trip to the primal chaos was a wasted trip. Fang Chen placed the young master of the Wang clan in Dark Cave Mountain. Soon after, he explored the Big Dipper mountain one last time before leaving. Alas! Looking back at the fog-shrouded Big Dipper mountain, Fang Chen sighed. Before he left the Big Dipper mountain, he spread out his spiritual consciousness and looked in the direction where Shui Yanga was cultivating. The latter was still in seclusion. His body was enveloped in thick bloodline power. He had already accepted the inheritance of the snow race's ancestor. He could imagine that in the near future, an empress expert would step out of the Big Dipper mountain and rule the world. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's voice was deafening. It was infused with powerful energy and spread to every corner of the primal chaos. The Big Dipper mountain is my place of cultivation. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, I will kill without mercy. His words caused a stir in the primal chaos. Countless martial artists trembled in fear. Heavens, did that guy really succeed? He suppressed the Big Dipper mountain alone. Isn't he too powerful? If he wants to be king, no one in the primal chaos can defeat him. Countless discussions quickly spread. Everyone was amazed by Fang Chen's strength. Even the few remaining ancient gods fell silent. Their silence also meant that they had submitted. My lord, is he really strong enough to suppress the Big Dipper mountain? Yes, I don't really believe it. Back then, we entered the Big Dipper mountain together. No one knows better than us how terrifying it is inside. The three ancient gods spoke one after another. After a long time, the Buddhist elder who had been silent for a long time sighed and said, "From now on, the Big Dipper mountain is a forbidden area of the primal chaos void. No one is allowed to approach it." Hearing this, the three ancient gods looked at each other, their hearts trembling. After Fang Chen left the Big Dipper mountain, he tore open the sky and prepared to leave the primal chaos. Since the clues had been cut off here, staying here would be a waste of time. It was better to return to the primal chaos as soon as possible. The tiger-headed warship moved slowly, tearing open the sky and rushing out of the primal chaos. Somewhere in the primal chaos, there was a time acceleration array here. In the array, Fang Chen's clone, Kang Ju, Tian Xin, and Fang Shi were cultivating wholeheartedly. On a blue stone nearby, the elder suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, his gaze pierced through the endless void and saw the scene in the Big Dipper mountain. "Interesting guy." The elder grinned. "Unfortunately, your original body has greater potential. Unfortunately, I can't bring him here." As the elder spoke, he looked up at the endless sky. Then, he closed his eyes again. Dark Cave Mountain. With Fang Chen's help, the young master of the Wang family's injuries were slowly recovering. His complexion eased a lot, and he was not in any danger for the time being. However, Xiao Hua surprised Fang Chen. He also had the fire origin bloodline, so he could clearly feel that Xiao Hua's body was transforming. "Fire seed." Fang Chen murmured. The transformation in Xiao Hua's body came from the power of the fire seed. Once the transformation is complete, Xiao Hua will reach great heights in the Tao of Fire. Fang Chen whispered. He was the descendant of the fire demon perfected lord and was skilled in the Tao of Fire. Coupled with the fire origin bloodline, he was extremely proficient in controlling fire. At this moment, Xiao Hua's body suddenly swayed, and his breathing became unstable. Seeing this, Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a ray of flame shot into Xiao Hua's body. Vast power spread out, and soon, Xiao Hua's body stopped trembling and stabilized. As for the fire seed in his body, it was even more vigorous. Time passed. During the long journey, Fang Chen had been cultivating in Immortal Cave Mountain. However, no matter what, he could not cross the last threshold and reach the Life Ancient Realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the Star Ancient Realm and the Life Ancient Realm. Over the countless years, countless cultivators had been trapped here. The Star Ancient Realm devoured the sun, moon, and stars, while the life-ancient realm involved defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Time passed slowly, and Fang Cao finally returned to the immemorial chaos. From afar, he could see the despair continent. Who? Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and his face was full of smiles. The distance from the ice primal chaos to the immemorial chaos was very long, and it took a lot of time. During this time, Fang Chen had been comprehending the invincible sword Dao, and he had comprehended it to a certain level. Not long ago, he had created the fifth move. The first four moves of the invincible sword Dao were the Destruction Sword, Heaven and Earth Sword, Chaotic Origin Sword, and Blood Soul Sword. The fifth move was called the Illusory Sword by Fang Chen. When the sword came out, the world became illusory, as if it was a dream. Those who were weaker would die directly in the dream. This was an extremely terrifying move. It was created by combining the invincible sword Dao and the illusion. The sword contained a terrifying illusory aura, and even the 108 blood spirits could not resist it. With this sword, Fang Chen had the strength to challenge experts who surpassed the ancient god realm. Rip! The tiger-headed warship appeared on the Despair continent, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. The Despair continent had now become the territory of Qianshu Yuan. After the Hand of Despair was severely injured and fled, the Lin family collapsed, and no one could stop Qianshu Yuan. Geniuses came out in large numbers, and Fu Huan and the others became the backbone of Qianshu Yuan. As soon as Fang Chen returned, the director of Qianshu Yuan knew and came to welcome him personally. Fang Chen. The director of Qianshu Yuan appeared out of thin air and said with a smile, "Director, did you gain anything this time?" The director of Qianshu Yuan asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He did not gain anything. How is the Despair continent recently? Chapter 28:13. Despair continent, Qianshu Yuan. Fang Chen was now very important to the chief of Qianshu Yuan. He was the only candidate to become the next chief of Qianshu Yuan. While you were gone, the remnants of the Lin family have been completely wiped out, the chief of Qianshu Yuan said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. By the way, how is your cultivation? The chief of Qianshu Yuan knew that Fang Chen was stuck at the limit of the Star Ancient Realm and couldn't break through. Fang Chen shrugged. I'm stuck at a bottleneck and can't break through for the time being. Although the Star Ancient Realm is only one step away from the Life Ancient Realm, only those who have experienced it know how difficult it is. You are still young, and your cultivation time is too short. You have plenty of time. In fact, the chief of Qianshu Yuan wanted Fang Chen to stay in Qianshu Yuan and cultivate in seclusion until he broke through to the Life Ancient Realm, or even higher, before coming out to explore the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos is vast and boundless. Ancient gods don't even have the power to protect themselves. Although your potential is 1 in 10,000, you are still at a disadvantage because of your realm, the chief of Qianshu Yuan said. So, I don't mind if you leave the Despair continent. The vast primordial chaos was made up of countless continents, and each continent had an absolute ruler. In fact, there were many barren lands in the primordial chaos. These places were lacking in cultivation resources and were rarely visited. Occasionally, there would be experts who would use powerful magic to develop these barren lands and make them their own territories. For example, the Despair continent didn't exist before. It was forcibly created by the Hand of Despair. As time passed, it prospered over time. Chief, do you know if the Luo Bing continent is far from the Despair continent? After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen asked. The Luo Bing continent. The chief of Qianshu Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect Fang Chen to ask such a question. The Luo Bing continent is very far from the Despair continent. The chief of Qianshu Yuan said, the Luo Bing continent is close to the ancient frigid ice plains. The temperature there is extremely low, and there are very few continents. However, although the Luo Bing continent is a barbarian land, none of the surrounding continents dare to provoke it. Why? Fang Chen asked. Because the Luo Bing continent is one of the territories of the ancient frigid sect. Chief Qianshu Yuan explained, the ancient frigid sect is a superpower in the primordial chaos. It has 99 continents, and the Luo Bing continent is one of them. What? Fang Chen widened his eyes in surprise. A sect actually had 99 continents under its command. Wasn't that a little too powerful? One had to know that the continents in the Primeval Chaos weren't something that the continents in the ancient Saint Chaos could compare to. The continent here was much larger than the 10 great heavenly domains of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos. If one continent was already so vast, how big would 99 continents be when added together? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. No wonder Wu Yu once said that the Primeval Chaos was the absolute core of the Chaos realm. It was even above the other chaotic voids. 1,000,000 years ago, the ancient Frigid sect sent an envoy to our Despair continent. Unfortunately, at that time, the Hand of Despair was young and had just opened up the continent. They didn't negotiate with the ancient Frigid sect and refused to join them. The chief of Qianshu Yuan said, later on, the ancient Frigid sect probably felt that there was no future for the Despair continent and gave up on annexing it. Oh! He didn't expect the ancient Frigid sect to have come to the Despair continent. Actually, you will be able to come into contact with these things in the future. In the Primeval Chaos, many superpowers have many continents under their command. Every continent has their industries. Some powerful forces have industries all over the Primeval Chaos, the chief of Qianshu Yuan said. Our Despair continent is located in the north of the Primeval Chaos, and the ancient Frigid sect is one of the superpowers in the north. In this area, there are almost no forces that can compare to them. Of course, our place is very remote, so those unparalleled powerhouses rarely come here. This also leads to the ancient Frigid sect's dominance, and no one can shake their position. After listening to the chief of Qianshu Yuan's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. Chief. Fang Chen muttered, does Qianshu Yuan have a map of the Luobing continent? You want to go to the Luobing continent? The chief of Qianshu Yuan asked in surprise. Fang Chen nodded. The latter asked in confusion, why do you want to go to the Luobing continent? A complicated look appeared in the chief of Qianshu Yuan's eyes. The Luobing continent has been gathering powerhouses recently. With your strength, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself. Oh! The chief of Qianshu Yuan knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, the latter would not listen to him. Some time ago, there was news that the inheritance of the ice progenitor was found on the Luobing continent. Countless ice-type martial artists went to the Luobing continent to obtain the inheritance. The 99 continents under the ancient Frigid sect are in an uproar, and everyone knows about it, the chief of Qianshu Yuan said slowly. The inheritance of the ice progenitor. Fang Chen's eyes lit up, and he grinned. In the end, Fang Chen decided to go to the Luobing continent. First, he wanted to send the young master of the Wang family back, and second, he wanted to go out and gain experience. The Despair continent was already under the control of Qianshu Yuan. His experience here was no longer effective. Moreover, he was also very interested in the inheritance of the ice progenitor. After coming to the Primeval Chaos, Fang Chen deeply understood the importance of cultivation resources. He had no backing, and no powerful forces to fully nurture him. He could only rely on himself to fight for cultivation resources. Moreover, he wanted to use the inheritance of the ice progenitor as a springboard to fight against the geniuses of a higher level. The path of martial arts was to go against the heavens. He had to constantly challenge himself and fight against the strong. It was not Fang Chen's character to hide in the Despair continent forever. No one could change the decision that he had made. The chief of Qianshu Yuan was also very helpless, but he still agreed to let Fang Chen leave. This is a dub pearl. It was nurtured by my heart and blood. It contains an extremely strong power. If it explodes, even a martial artist of my level will be caught off guard and injured. Fang Chen took the dub pearl and was very grateful to the chief of Qianshu Yuan. He was very clear about the use of the dub pearl. It could save his life at a critical moment. Then, he boarded the tiger-headed warship and set off for the Luobing continent. In Dark Cave Mountain. Wang Heng, tell me about the Luobing continent. Wang Heng was the name of the young master of the Wang family. He was very excited when he learned from Fang Chen that he had returned to the primordial chaos. The Luobing continent is a magical continent. Its first master was the ice progenitor, whose name shook the primordial chaos. Unfortunately, the ice progenitor mysteriously disappeared, causing the Luo Bing continent to be leaderless and fall into chaos. Wang Heng said slowly, when the war broke out, the people were plunged into misery and suffering, and blood flowed like rivers. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. After 10,000 years, someone finally came out and settled the war with his own strength. From then on, the Luo Bing continent was once again unified. This person was called the Ice King. He was the descendant of the ice progenitor. At this point, he paused for a moment. The Ice King was a legendary man. He had great potential, and his attainments in the Tao of Ice had reached the peak. Unfortunately, he died tragically at the hands of the enemy. The fall of the Ice King represented the end of an era in the Luo Bing continent. In the years that followed, the Wang family had been fighting among themselves. After countless years, Wang Heng's branch finally took the initiative and settled the internal strife. Speaking of which, I can also be considered a descendant of the Ice King. Unfortunately, it's a branch, and the bloodline power in my body is extremely weak. Wang Heng smiled bitterly. But it's normal. Ever since the Ice King, there hasn't been anyone with a bloodline power density of 50% in my Wang family. The ice progenitor's ice progenitor bloodline was an extremely powerful bloodline. However, his descendants' bloodline density was getting lower and lower. In Wang Heng's generation, it could not even reach 10%. Other than my Wang family, there are two other major families in the Luo Bing continent. One is the He family, and the other is the Ba family. These two families have always wanted to overthrow my Wang family's rule, but to no avail. It seems that your Wang family's ruling position in the Luo Bing continent is still very high. Fang Chen grinned. Oh right, there's been a rumor recently that the ice progenitor's inheritance has appeared. Do you know anything about it? The ice progenitor's inheritance has appeared. Wang Heng was very surprised. Clearly, he did not know anything about it.